Alright, let's get this team started and see how this goes. I have not planned ahead very far at all, so we'll see what happens. Thanks for the luck. We'll see how this goes. I'm gonna start off by buying 4 weapons. But only 2 pairs of armor. So unlike my solo runs, I'm not requiring these guys to just instantly die. As long as they are still level 1, that's what matters. So yeah, I'm going to accept taking a bit of XP. Before they get killed off. That is fine. The ghoul here might kill off somebody. Yep. There goes one. That shouldn't be enough to level us up. No. It is close, though. Let's just overkill the same imp till Jode goes down. That didn't take long. Alright, and then there was 2. Yeah, let's sell off the wooden salami sticks. I mean the nunchucks. I'm not sure what level I need to be to beat up I just realized I never opened this. One HP left on that wolf. I don't remember what encounter number 2 is up here. Spider, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure when I can... I should have been... I thought this was encounter number 7. Did I... What did I do wrong there? Let's fight here again. There should be a group of Grimps, right? No, okay. So maybe I only fought... Did I only fight one spider battle? Maybe I only fought one. That would make more sense. Okay, I put Kane in slot 2 so he wouldn't get murdered. That was the goal here. And yet, Kane is the only one who's been hit. So I guess it's time to go back to town. And I probably should have just bought some tents. That would have been the smart thing to do. Let's do that right now. I can make it. Yeah, it'll be easy to make it up there for this. Only one grip. That's okay. I don't know if I can beat up Garland at level 3. I mean, I can try it. Let's give it a shot. Alright, Garland. we should be able to beat him. Especially if he keeps missing. Because once Garland goes down, I should be able to get the boat pretty easily. And once I have the boat, I can pick up the iron nunchucks and actually do some damage. Oh yeah, Garland was piece cake. I probably could have beat him at level 2. But that's okay. The little bit of extra safety doesn't hurt. A level life, welcome in. And yep, I'm allowed to pass everything over. Leveling up the Black Masters will be pretty easy, because I'll have the Zeus Gauntlet. So they'll be able to catch up in levels quickly. So it won't be a really lengthy ordeal to level them up to 10. In case I take this battle, oh yeah, I'm taking this battle. I was probably going to take it if it was like 4 or 5 enemies still. Now there's not really a whole lot of use for me in this town, but I can pick up the gloves, which will be a very temporary upgrade. So we have a whole 5 absorption now. And I know, with no armor, the black belts would have 3. They'll eventually be naked. I'm gonna just try it, see if I can beat up pirates at level 3. I might have to hit 4. We'll see how it goes. Hey Fred, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, the solo black belt just isn't... It doesn't seem great. You don't have very good armor. They are very weak in the early game. Because sadly the black belt is pretty useless until they hit level 10. Now in a randomizer they can be strong because all the increased experience gain. But sadly in the base game they're just a little too weak. And I think I need to hit level 4 here. That's okay. Can we beat up a single ogre? Or a double with a strike first, I'll try it. I don't know if we'll live this. I don't think we're going to live this. But I'm doing good damage though. Let's try again. Yeah, I need a single ogre. We cannot handle a double yet. There we go. That's a good start. I'm thinking if I take on a couple ogres, I should be level 4. And I'll have another strong level up. Then I should be able to fight the pirates. And I can take off my weapons also, to make sure I don't miss them. Hopefully that'll level me up after 1. Which it doesn't. Do I need 1 more ogre? Nope. I need 2. We're just a bit too weak to fight 2 at once, sadly. But yeah, sadly for any percent runs, I think the fighter is the only one who could really make it through the game in a reasonable amount of time. I could possibly fight 2 mad ponies. Good job, team. That's a lot of damage to take before the ogre battle. You know, it's not even worth it. Just skip it. This is encounter number 6, so I probably need to skip this. Yes. Because I should have walked all the way to the end if I wanted an ogre. It's a bit annoying trying to fight only a single ogre, since I keep getting doubles. There we go. And sadly I can't take off my weapons for fighting the ogres, because ogres have too much absorption. But once we hit 4, I'll take off my weapons to fight the imps. Or not the imps, the Kaizakus. Pirates, whatever they're called. Same thing. Alright, 1 more ogre. We'll hit level 4. I'm not sure exactly what level I want to be for beating up the wizards. Oh, I should probably hard power. This should be the third encounter. Yeah. And if this is a single ogre, I can take it. But we can't live the doubles. It's okay, we're only weak for now. Eventually we'll be strong. And I decided, like when I was thinking about it, and there's no way I can do 4 Black Masters. I could do 1, 2, or 3. And I figured if I did a team of 2, at least it would be a team of 2 followed by another team of 2. Alright, level 4. Let's see if we can beat up the pirates now. It shouldn't be too bad, now that we have the extra hit points. And as long as one fist hits, the pirates should go down. Since they have 0 absorption, this is looking a lot safer than the last attempt. I mean, if they missed me this much last time, I might have been fine last time. Because we only gained like 30 hit points. Alright, ship acquired. Let's go pick up our iron nunchucks. And maybe we can murder a shark along the way. I don't know if we'll survive this. I'm hoping. Sharks have 0 absorption, so black belts can do decent damage to them. Now sharks are just a little difficult to hit, is all. Now doing a shark grind would be better than an ogre grind. But it's difficult to do a shark grind. Do we punch the Sahagit? Just ignore the Sahagit. You know what? I changed my mind. Take him out. Wow. When you fight an enemy that has any amount of absorption, the black belts just can't hurt him. Alright, Kane, hang in there. He did not hang in there. Do I have good turn order? I do. But I missed. This could be fine. This is Shark Arsahag. And if it's just a shark, we can take it. I figure I'll try and at least take a fight on the way to town. Then I can buy some iron nunchucks, and those will actually do decent work. Time for the weapon upgrades. Yeah, I could have gone with that. Let's see, buy some caps. Let's attempt an ogre grind. I don't know if I want to do one right here. Okay, now that we have our new shiny weapons, can we beat up a double ogre group? I'm guessing not with that damage. Let's put you on here just in case you die. That's unfortunate. Depending on what enemies you are fighting, you can equip nunchucks even earlier than level 8. I think 5 Kaizakus is gonna be too much. Kaizakus aren't worth as much XP as the ogres, but they hit a lot softer. But I don't think it's gonna be enough because there's 5. No, we keep missing. This isn't the best place to do an ogre grind. Nice critical hit. That should set us up nicely. I don't trust one black belt finishing off the ogre. as the ogre leaves Kane alone, we can survive this battle. Yeah, a lot of people that play this game don't realize that the black belts should be punching things. I see people on Reddit all the time saying, "I regret picking this class, he is so weak." And one person's like, "Try taking off his weapons." Then they get all surprised at how powerful their character becomes. Yep, I did do an early start today. I didn't work last night, so I was able to get on a little earlier. I would have gotten on even earlier to start, but I stayed up late last night. This is probably not going to work. Let's just... Actually, let's leave one weapon on. Let's leave one on. I'm going to leave one on in case there's an Arsahag. Like that. Because the Arsahag's gonna take no damage from the monk who's unarmed. Hey Keyboard Cowboy, welcome in. Yep, challenge run time. Doing something a bit different. Oh, the Black Masters are going to level up. I'm just keeping them at level 1 until class change. Once I class change, the team's gonna be swapped. The two that are alive now will be dead, while the other two are leading the party to victory. Class change is definitely not the save time. So, class changing is the exact opposite of saving time. That's the whole challenge of this run, is class changing. So, black belts are a lot stronger than black masters. They gain 4 times as much magic defense as a black belt, compared to being a black master. So when I class change, they become weaker. And that's the whole idea behind this challenge, is to have the black masters be black masters the entire time, so that they are as weak as possible, and have the lowest amount of magic defense out of anyone in the game. Which means even with a ribbon on, I might struggle against some status effects because my magic defense is so low. I'm not 100% sure how it's gonna work. We shall see. I mean, if you cast fast on a level 50 black belt, I am pretty sure he can one-shot every enemy in the game. So it's pretty much Death Touch. Once we hit level 6, I'm going to take off the armor. Now our black belts here, they start off a little weak. But they definitely become more powerful after a few levels. That sounds awful. And strength doesn't actually help your black belt in any way if you're using fists. So it sounds like a giant waste of time to me. The black belt's strength only matters when they have a weapon equipped. When you are unarmed, your black belt deals damage equal to 2 times his level. Your strength does not help in any way. So yeah, once you're like unarmed with your black belt, strength is it's as unimportant as intelligence. So my characters have the same strength, so I can't show you. But like if I unequip these guys, they're both gonna have 10 damage. It's double their level. And it's gonna stay that way. If I can have different strength later on, I'll try and show it off. Because normally, every 2 points of strength you have increases your base damage by 1. But that doesn't affect the black belts. I'm assuming at some point my characters will have different amounts of strength, so I can actually show that off. This isn't looking good. Alright, the ogre is playing nice. We should survive now. Well, Kane won't survive, but that's okay. So yeah, we have 9 strength now, but unarmed, we're still gonna have 12. 9 strength wouldn't change anything anyways. But I can show it off once he hits 10. that it's still gonna just be double his level, even though he gained another point of strength. Let's start from the beginning again. Oh, it's very noticeable that the black belts don't have strong level ups. They actually have like the third worst HP. Alright, let's spy. Oh, right, I almost forgot about Kane. Black belts actually have the highest HP. They start with the second highest, but they don't gain very many strong level ups early on, so their HP actually ends up being pretty low until you get into like the 20s. Then they start to become okay. And late game they have max, like no matter what, your black belts will have 999 HP if you're leveling them up to 50. But yeah, at level 1 they start with the second highest. At level 2, they'll still have the second highest. But by level 3, thieves will overtake them and stay ahead of them. And then white mages usually get ahead of them also. And then it's not until the mid-game that they overtake the white mage and the thief. So yep, we'll just be fighting some ogres for a bit. The iron nunchucks definitely help our damage out. There's Kane's level 6. I'm assuming he's going to have the same strength. Nope. Alright. So we do have a difference here in strength. So when I hit 10 and 9, I can show off the difference. Hey, Rune Glazed Donut, welcome in. Thanks, so good luck. So yeah, once both of my black belts hit level 7, I can show off the difference of their strength. Because if they were a normal character class, the person with 10 strength would have 1 more point of damage than the person with 9. Because you only gain base damage on every other level of strength. Every even number of strength gives you damage. So I can show that off. So yeah, we're definitely stronger now. I can at level 7, I can unequip the chucks if I want. And I might, but I don't know. These are doing pretty good work. I can't fight the Groger yet. So we're just gonna fight the regular ogres. Once we hit level 10, we'll be destroying these guys. And I might even go to the Peninsula of Power. I wasn't counting my damage. I think I need both. Yes. But yeah, sadly the magic defense stat is hidden, so I can't show off the difference between the black belt's magic defense and the black master's. But every level these guys gain as black belts, they get an extra 4 magic defense. And the poor black masters will only be gaining 1. But yeah, the black belt's strength does matter for their equipped weapons. So at level 7 here, Tinny will be stronger than Kane with the iron nunchucks. Am I getting close to level? Still have a good ways. Nice Split Key. You are correct, it isn't you. Agility does benefit black belts just like every other character class. Agility affects your evasion and your chance for preemptive strikes. Hey Flack and Time, welcome in. Today is a challenge run day. I try to mix these in like twice a month to break up the constant death of the any percent grind. So that with this I can at least, you know, finish a run. And this is not actually a 4 black belt run. This is going to be a 2 black master run. So those 2 black masters on the floor there, they, or black belts on the floor, are level 1, and they're going to stay that way until they class change. Once I class change the team, the guys who are alive I'm going to get killed off, and the guys who were killed off are going to become alive. They'll swap roles for the second half of the game. I'm not sure if I can make it to town, so I'm at least gonna use a tent to save. Yes, I will be starting... Oh, where will I... I'll probably level them in the ocean. That depends, Flack in Time. So, Black Belt is generally worse in a speedrun setting because they take an eternity to be useful. I don't think I can make it all the way over there. I can. So, like, as a whole, Black Belt is actually the strongest class late game. If you're high level, nobody can outdamage a Black Belt. But it just takes a long time to get there. The Black Belt is my least favorite class. Not necessarily the worst. In the early game, they are probably tied for the worst class. But once you hit level 10, they're not terrible anymore. Once you get into the 30s, the Black Belt starts becoming powerful. But that can take quite some time. But yeah, I plan on leveling these guys up. I should have the steps. I'm pretty sure I'll have the steps. But yeah, I'll level these guys up in the ocean for a little while, just to give them some hit points. I don't know why I'm playing Ring Around the Rosie with that guy. Do I have enough? I don't have enough tents, but... But yeah, CK's right. The thief really isn't too bad to have with other party members around. And that's what I was mentioning before in one of my past runs, when I was using for the melee challenge. That the thief was actually more useful than the black belt for, like, the entire game. If I took a wild guess, I would probably guess this is gonna take me 7 hours. That's just a wild guess. And yes, that would be longer than my solo black belt and the 4 black belts. I know. But I also have to get these guys killed off and then level up a fresh batch of black belts. Oh, and the thief is good in slot 2, because in the top 2 slots, those are the only 2 positions where your characters can run away, like, freely. This isn't going so well. We might not survive this. Need to start doing some damage. Alright, it's one-on-one now, Kane. You have to do damage, and hopefully you can dodge an attack or 2. No, not miss. I'm not sure what encounter I'm on. Now I know which encounter I'm on. So the easiest solo character is the fighter, for sure. Okay, let me take that back. The easiest solo character is probably... yeah, probably the fighter still. I was gonna say Red Mage. It's a toss-up between those two for the easiest. The fastest is the fighter. But the Red Mage does have AoE magic, which can be great. But he's not quite as strong as the Knight is. Hey Trenton, welcome in. Well, I always assume that everybody is talking about the NES version in here, unless specifically noted otherwise. Yeah, I haven't played the other versions as much to say which classes I feel are the strongest. But yeah, on the NES, the fighter is just the best character class, period. There we go. Kane's level 7 now. Alright, so now I can show you guys. They both have the iron staff on, or the iron nunchucks, so we'll have 21 damage. I guess their strength isn't mattering for their weapons either. Or maybe now it will? Nope. So yeah, their strength isn't even affecting them with their weapons equipped. Interesting. Do I want to have one of them? Let's try one. Black belts start off with 5 attack power. Well, it generally is every even number. It's possible with the black belts, it's odd numbers, which would be weird, but it's possible. I can check in another level if they both don't. I guess they would need to both gain strength here, and it's not guaranteed. So yeah, at level 7, I usually unequip the black belts for fighting the ogres. And I think I should unequip Kane. Hey Nerdy, welcome in. And yes, level 10, the black belts end up with enough hit percentage that they can murder things pretty easily with their fists. Let's go fully unarmed. Yep, this is a different kind of challenge run that I haven't tried before. I've thought about it, and I figured it's time to give it a shot and see how it goes. So at this level, it's questionable if your fists are stronger than your weapons. Let's go back to town. I'm out of tents. It's definitely not a no-weapon run. I mean, I've been using weapons for almost the entire run so far. And against iguanas, I should definitely be using the chucks still. But when you're using a black belt, you're not really going to be using weapons. Oh, I'm definitely not gonna be picking up that power staff. Sorry to burst your bubble there. So I should probably buy some tents. That was the whole reason I went back to town. Now the question is, do I buy tents? Or say screw it and buy cabins? Let's waste all my money on cabins. And I did not equip bracelets. We have no armor on right now, because we have more defense without armor at this point. So if I had on copper bracelets on both of my black belts, with caps and gloves, they would have 6 absorption. And unarmored, they are level 7, so they have 7 absorption. Alright, that was probably a waste of money. But it's quicker healing, and I don't think we really need money on this team, so we should be fine. Yes, there is that annoying armor glitch on the black belts. That when you don't have a weapon on, it'll always switch your defense to your level, even when you have on armor. And so whenever you level up on a black belt on the NES version, you have to check your armor screen. Oh no, black belts should not go naked the whole game. It's good to have armor on them at level 1. And then, again, once, like, you want to wear armor at the beginning of the game, and then, again, when you hit the mid-game. Once you can hit Silver Bracelet. I shouldn't have just one on the top ogre, but I'm gonna risk it. Yeah. Should have put 2 up there. But yeah, the black belt requires the most maintenance out of any class. You have to baby them for so long for them to be useful. But late game, they are a powerhouse. I'm not gonna... That's true. I just feel like it's never worth all of the trouble. Alright, are we close to 8? No, we still have a ways to go. Sadly, we can't really fight anything worth more XP. Not yet, we just aren't strong enough. Now I can start fighting Grogers soon. Maybe at level 9 I can start fighting the Grogers? I don't really want to try fighting a Groger until then. Because we struggle enough with the double ogre battles. And as you guys may notice, the black belts don't have a large variance in their hit points. All of their HP difference is going to be from whether they get a lot of HP in a strong level up or not very much. Since black belts gain vitality every level, they're always going to gain the same amount of HP when it's not a strong level up. This is why I should have bought some tents also, because I don't need a full use of the cabin for this. That's okay. Well, okay, now we kind of need the cabin. Yeah, we are definitely not strong enough to beat up the wizards or Astos yet. There's just no way. I sadly need to just keep grinding experience. It's not quite as bad as the thieves or the thieves. That's really the only class that does about the same as the black belts right now. Because the casters, they can all level up faster than these guys. Because they've got magic to take out large groups of enemies. And all of the casters can go to the Peninsula of Power by level, like, 5 to 6. So if you're going to play on the NES, I recommend, if you want just an easy playthrough, 2 fighters, 2 red mages. So when I did my solo runs, Ninja was the slowest, followed by Black Wizard. But that is with class change. Once I switch over to no class change, then it's quite likely that Thief will be the slowest. But yeah, if you're gonna play on NES, I definitely think Fighter, Fighter, Red Mage is the best team. Wait, I don't remember unequipping my chucks, but they are unequipped. Yeah, I personally don't like recommending like black mages to people because the black mages don't have enough HP to survive like a nuke until they're level 41. I mean, sure, you can just have the white mage revive them all the time, but that's a little annoying. Alright, we're at 16 damage. Red mage, white mage is also okay. I mean, red mages can also revive. They just don't get Cure 4. But red mages are also a lot easier for you to just mindlessly bash enemies, because their melee attacks still do work. And when you're using the white mage, they're kind of useless for a lot of the run. They're just your backup in case I need them character. So I've always felt like red mages are just better all around. The train doesn't really affect anything. Whether I'm walking on forest or plains, it's the exact same. Even if I'm walking around, if I'm in the canoe in the river, it's still the same amount of steps till the next encounter as walking on land. The difference is overworld, ocean, and dungeons. Then there's a few specific floors in dungeons that have a higher encounter rate also. Like all of the elemental floors in the past and Warmech floor. Alright, Kane is also 8 and also didn't gain strength. Yes. So next level, I can check out their damage with weapons equipped. Yeah, if you want to use 4 different character classes, you could use that team that CK9 mentioned. It's not the best if you're just trying to have a strong team. I definitely recommend fighters and red mages, because they start off the game strong and still end the game strong. So yeah, now at level 8, it's pretty much I want to keep the weapons off the black belts. I mean, you don't have to use statues for fighting Lich. If you are playing the game more casually, and you gain a few more levels, you don't necessarily need to use statues for Lich. You can have this thing called levels, and have HP, and as long as one mage survives, you're fine. Or you can just kill Astos, or kill Lich before he does anything, which is also an option. Where... Oh, I was supposed to... Right. I'm not walking in the correct spot. White Mage does have a lot more HP than the Red Mage. I don't think we're going to win this. Hey Kane, welcome in. Yeah, let's go back to the beginning of the cycle. Groger is too much still. I figured that Groger would be too much, but I wanted to give it a shot. But yeah, a White Mage has pretty good hit points. Red Mage has great HP through level 17. And after level 17, they stop gaining HP. They only gain HP every 10 levels after that. So from level 18 onwards, they only gain their Vitality divided by 4 for hit points per every level. Except for every level that ends in 7, so 27, 37, 47 will also be a strong level up. If I was doing a statuless party in a speedrun, I'd still use the same party I do now, and I would just have to hope I don't get hit by nuke. That's the only real thing you can do, is just pray for better RNG. Which is a terrible idea. Well, you see, Key, in the long run, the rules of this party are going to be swapped. In a speedrun, a white wizard would still not have anywhere near enough HP to survive Lich. And the white wizard would be useless in 95% of the battles in the game. That's not true, not useless, but not as useful as having a different mage. With them not being able to contribute to melee damage and not having any damage dealing spells, I like the white wizard as a class, don't get me wrong. They're just not great for the speed. And thanks for the bits, keyboard cowboy. Eventually, Key and Joe will be the main characters of this little adventure and be the ones to take down chaos. I'm gonna waste a cabin here. Oh, and as you were saying, Tipo, yes, dock tiles are safe tiles. So, like, if I'm one step away from an encounter, I can just step on here all day long and go in and out of the boat all day and never get into an encounter. The second I take a step off here, I get into a fight. Yes, that's what I'm saying, level life, is that, the early game, there's not much of a difference. The Red Wizard has good HP through level 17. But as the game goes on longer and longer, the Red Wizard's HP starts to fall down in comparison to the White Mage. There are other save tiles. There are save tiles around the town of Canaria. There are save tiles. I'm gonna risk this. There are a few save tiles by different towns. I'll show some off later. There are a few tiles that are like half town squares, half grassland tiles. And those are safe tiles. And let's see, all of the tiles in the desert where you can use the floater, those are all safe tiles. But only the tiles that are just desert. The ones that are half desert are not safe tiles. And yes, there is a safe tile by the town of Lufania. There's also one by Provoca. There's actually two by Provoca. But they're not in spots that you would typically step in. The caravan is also a free tile, but the caravan is pretty much just a town. Every dungeon entrance is a free tile. Alright, at level 9, we'll finally start to feel a bit stronger. Yes, on the way to Temple of Fiends, there are a lot of safe tiles around Canaria. Like when I started this game, whenever I was running back to town, I would take as many safe tiles as possible, because I didn't want to get into an extra encounter. A lot of the grassland tiles around Canaria that are solid grass tiles are safe tiles. Let's just walk up here. Are we close to level 9? We're getting there. At level 9, I'm still gonna try another Grover battle. If I don't fight 3 of them, I think I can beat it. If I just fight 2 ogres and a Grover, I think I can win. Or 1 ogre and a Grover, sorry. But yeah, at level 9, the black belts will have enough damage that they start feeling strong against ogres. And at level 10, they'll start destroying ogres. Why? Why do you guys keep focusing down Kane? I keep rotating the black belts based on whose HP is higher. I try to keep the black belt who's closer to death in the bottom slot, so that they are less likely to be hit and killed. Because the character in the top slot has a much higher chance of being hit than the one in slot 2. And so to save on healing items, I swap the characters around, so I'm not forced to heal as much. Okay, let's try the Groger battle. Good. This is what I wanted to see. Take out the regular ogre first. That wasn't a good hit. I'll leave it up to Kane to finish off the ogre. And we'll start working on Groger. We should be able to win this. As long as these guys can do some damage. Groger does have more absorption than the regular ogre, so our hits will be doing noticeably less damage. At level 8, if you want to fight a Groger with the black belt, you should still have on the iron nunchucks. Alright, we win. I'm guessing that'll be level 9? It sure is. So this right here is a safe tile. And this right here is a safe tile. They are steps you would never take in the speedrun, because you can't go down from here. But there are, like, if there was ever a reason to be fighting up on top of the town, it's a safe tile. I don't know if I need both of them, but I'm just gonna make sure the ogre goes down. So once Kane hits level 9, I'll check their damages again. I do walk over that tile when I go to Lufania, yes. Alright, let's try this Groger battle again. And it's the encounter I wanted to see. As long as they don't murder Cain again. So Tinny should be doing a lot better damage against Groger compared to Cain. I say that as Cain crits with a double crit. How close is Cain to 9? 100 XP, okay. You know what? We can take this. So the black belts, every time they gain a level, they're gaining more defense also, to go with their power. So we are very slowly becoming tankier. Still not as tanky as, you know, like a level 2 red mage. Alright. One more loop of the ogre grind. Then we'll maybe be level 10? So yeah, once I hit level 9 on Cain, I'll check out their damage differences again between their strength values. I think he levels in this fight. But yeah, the black belts definitely can do some damage now. It's not guaranteed, but they can do some work. Their fists do crit relatively often. Alright, there's Cain's level 9. So with their strength difference, you've got an 18 and an 18. Look at that. And the weapons, 22, 21. So yeah, it is odd levels of strength, I guess, for black belt's damage. Probably has something to do with how their fists work. So yeah, every odd level of strength increases your melee damage with weapons by 1. But we're not using weapons because our bare hands are almost as powerful. I don't know if it's the same as... No, the black mage is not the same as that. Because when you level up the black mage to 2 strength, he gets more damage. And same with Thief. When he hits 6 strength, he hits more damage also. I think it has something to do with how the black belt starts off unarmed at level 1, and it affects their growth. Like, it probably has something to mess with the calculation because he's unarmed with 5 strength. I think that's why the black belt is a weird anomaly, and is the only character who gains damage on odd levels. Because everybody else gains them on even levels. We should be able to beat up Groger no problem. We're stronger now. Just because I said no problem doesn't mean I should have 2 regular ogres with him. Alright, I'm gonna risk it and only have 1 black belt. Good. It did enough damage. So yeah, we'll start doing absurd amounts of damage real soon. Level 9 is the first level when fighting this week of enemies that you can really notice their damage spiking up. Then next level it's going to spike up even more. And it's just going to keep on going. So the game updates their absorption when you check the armor screen. But if you're unarmed... Okay, so if you have on a weapon, it's not going to update your armor. Unless you check... Let me walk a few steps first. Then I'll save. AJ Trigger, I do not run much FF2. I have done a few speedruns of the Pixel Remaster, but I have not worked on the NES version of FF2 yet. I might work on some runs eventually of FF2 for the NES. We're just gonna run away. You know what, we don't need to run away. We'll murder this group. So yeah, as I was saying though, when you have a weapon equipped, the game will not update your armor at all. It'll keep it at whatever it's at. So let's say if you're level 20 and you have on the iron nunchuck for some reason, and you hit 21, your defense will stay whatever it was at. If you had on like a gold bracelet and a pro ring and a ribbon, then your defense would stay there at 33. Now if you were unarmed at level 20 and you hit 21 with all of that equipment on, your defense will go, your absorption will go down to 21, and it'll stay that way until you go back to your armor screen to check it again. Hey Drossi, welcome in. Yes, I will be class changing my black belts into black masters. Those 2 guys that are laying on the ground dead there, they are both level 1. And they will become the leaders of this party. Right. I don't have any more cabins. I should probably go buy some. Yes, it is. The difference of how it works is based on if you have a weapon equipped or not. And so right now I don't have to check my armor screen because I am currently unarmed, so every time I gain a level, it's going to automatically set my armor to my level, which is the highest amount of defense I could have. Now if I had silver bracelets equipped, then I would have to check my armor every single time I gained a level. And this is what I mean by black belts have to really be babied. You have to, there's so many things you have to just pay attention to. They are not a beginner-friendly class at all. If you don't know how all of their stuff works. Oh. Let's buy some, health recovery items. And I think I have enough money that I can just stick with buying cabins. Hey Bumbledon, welcome in and thanks for the good luck. I'll actually buy a few tents. So, I'm not really set on any levels for this team. It's just gonna depend on how the run is going. I have written down here level 14. I might leave earlier than level 14. So, the biggest obstacle is going to be Astos right now. If I try to fight Astos at level, let's say, 12, my black belts, each punch will do between 1 to 8 damage. I could probably beat him at level 12. Maybe I'll try level 12 instead of 14. I'd have to bank on a lot of critical hits. Yes, if Temper and Saber worked, the game would definitely be easier. But it doesn't. I do plan on trying a run eventually on a modded game that has all the bugs fixed, and just see how that looks. See what I can do for a speed run if everything worked properly. Let's save the game again. Just because I went through all that work. I'm not going to be able to make it over there in time. Or... okay, I got close. You know what? We could probably punch these guys down if we don't get poisoned. Let's just try it. So Temper increases your attack power by 14. Which essentially gives you 28 levels of strength. And Saber gives you 16 damage, and I want to say 7 accuracy? Maybe it's 8? Maybe it's 8 accuracy. I don't know for certain because I never used Saber, but I think it's supposed to give you 8 hit percentage. And yes, Temper and Saber can be stacked multiple times. So let's say if you had a fighter with a Giant's Glove equipped, and like 2 red mages and a black mage. In turn 1, you could use the Giant's Glove, 2 casts of Temper, and a fast. Then turn 2, you can have your fighter attack, and all 3 of your mages cast Temper. And if you get good turn order, you could possibly one-shot a lot of fiends by round 2. And you would never have a need for using a second character for damage. Where am I at the encounter table now? 2 is right here, right. I haven't been paying attention to what I'm doing. Well, CK, if stacking buffs was a bug, it wouldn't appear in every single other version of this game. Because that seems to be something they wanted to be implemented into the game, since they put it in every single remake, including the Pixel Remaster. We just one-rounded an ogre. I think that was our first time doing that. I mean, when the game was originally made, who knows what they were actually hoping for. What they intended, it's hard to say. I also believe that the NES version is pretty well... I shouldn't say well balanced, but it feels more challenging than all the other remakes. But not too difficult. Alright, how much XP do we need to level up? Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. So in the MSX version of the game, buffs don't work still. So sure, you could stack them, it's just not going to do anything. Just like on the NES version. Now the MSX version has its own multitude of unique bugs. I actually wouldn't complain about the run bug. I think the run bug is a good part of the game, for speedrunning anyways. Because late game running is very easy, which takes some of the RNG out of the late game, which is nice. Now early game running can be a bit more difficult, but that's okay. I think it's worthwhile for the end game that you can just run from everything. Oh yes, the MSX version does have really cool, unique color palettes for all the characters, and has very unique music. It is much different. It is definitely something to look at if you haven't seen the version before. My favorite character sprites are the pirates. I think the pirates look really good on the MSX version. yes, Ruse and Viz, Fog, they do all stack on the NES. Fast sort of stacks. It doesn't technically stack, but it does at the same time. So that increases your multiplier. Your multiplier starts at 1, can go down to 0, or it can go up to 2. So technically, if you're hit by a slow 2, then you cast fast 2 times. You are stacking fast. And it will do something. So we should be leveling up soon at least. And then we'll actually start doing damage. Some real damage. There we go, level 10. Time to start murdering ogres. So let's see, Kane does 34. Tinny didn't really do that much more. I mean, it was more, but... up to 4 swings. I'm not gonna bother healing. We should be fine. Just need to get Kane up to level 10 also. There we go, level 10. Now I'm not full, but we should be full enough to easily murder some Grogers. Let's just fight the Groger first. See how we do. Yep, no issue. Alright, I don't know if this is gonna work out very well. There's a good chance I'm going to die. But I want to go to the Peninsula of Power. Speaking of punching a shark, let's do that. Alright, this is risky, but I'm gonna try this out. So, at our low levels, it's not impossible to one-shot an Agama, but it is very unlikely. You would need probably a triple crit, which might be impossible, but I'm not positive. Okay, let's take out the troll first. This is a good practice fight. The troll is more threatening than the bull, even though it's worth less. Ouch. I'm sorry I called you less threatening, bull. The Zombo did not appreciate that. Not at all. Well, this would have been a real easy fight if I didn't get crit. It's still good XP, though. Ooh, my power just flickered. I'm glad I have everything on the little backup generator thing. Or else I would have lost internet. And, you know, my computer would have turned off. That too. Alright, let's try this, XP grind again without being crit by the Zomble. I mean, we did beat the first battle that we tried, which is better than I was expecting. Now, I would like to see a battle with 2 Zombles. I don't think we can beat a group of 3. I'm gonna try it. If we kill the troll in 1 round, which we didn't, yeah, this is probably not happening. No. Four is definitely too many. I said 4 is too many. 3 Zombles, I think we could survive. There we go, single Zomble. That's manageable. Now, once we hit level 11, that'll also help out the damage. Every level we gain is just gonna make us that much more powerful. We didn't take any damage? No. But yeah, Zombles are definitely worth more XP. Okay, let's try this. If we can maybe dodge an attack or 2? Ow, not get crit. Let's not get crit. 2 Zombles, that's good. As long as they don't kill one of my characters, then we should be fine. As long as the Zomble spreads his damage out. We should be able to kill them in 2 rounds apiece. Unless we roll poorly. And Kane goes down. That's annoying. With him going down, I sadly have to walk back to town. How close am I to leveling? 400. So I could kill a few ogres and just hit 11. Yeah, let's fight a couple ogres and a Groger. I don't think I'm gonna make it. No. I did not. That's okay. Punch down a couple ogres, then a Groger. That should level up Tinny. We did 200 damage exactly to that ogre. I know we can one-shot an ogre. It just feels safer to double up, just to make sure it goes down. Now, there's no guarantee we're gonna one-round the Groger. It's possible we both hit for like 60 and he survives. I think Tinny will level up right here. Yep. Alright, Kane can punch the shark. Tinny will take the Sahagin. Because the Sahagin is actually more difficult for these guys to punch down. I enjoy speedrunning the NES version the most. I think the best version is probably GBA, but at the same time I do like the PSP sprites the best. The GBA version has the best mods, so I think it's the best version because of that. There's a lot that I don't like about the Pixel Remaster. The music on the Pixel Remaster is good. They did a good job with the music. Okay, let's see if we can do 3 now that we are level 11. I'm actually not a big fan of the enemies. This is gonna be risky, but I think we need to split up our damage to take out this bull. I'm not a big fan of how the bosses' move pools are... Yeah, we're not winning this. How they're just random now. So every boss can be a complete joke or very irritating. A classic smooth, welcome in and thanks for the good luck. I think they had so much potential for the Pixel Remasters to be amazing games. I think they're okay, don't get me wrong. I think they're okay. But I feel like they could have been a lot more. What would have made the game amazing is if they would have added in, like, with the bundle of buying all the games, like a pixel remaster maker. Since all of the games are like sprite-based RPGs, all based on the same system, they could have added in a way for people to easily edit the games and create them, or I should say alter them in their own visions, using all of the tools available for all of the different pixel remasters. And I think that would have been a really smart idea from Square, so that if people even didn't get what they wanted, they could make what they wanted. And we would have a lot of really amazing fan-made games. And they literally had all of the tools to do that. And they chose not to. It was a perfect opportunity for a market that would have loved it. Because they would have had no complaints from, like, the populace, because if somebody didn't like something, then we'd be able to easily change it ourselves. I mean, look at how well Mario Maker did. Let's actually buy a few more tents. And it's really sad because all 6 games are pretty much made on, like, using the same, they're all using the same software. Why am I in the armor shop? We don't know how to equip armor. So yeah, I feel like they really, I mean, they still have the opportunity to do that. They could just release it, but they won't. I don't feel like Square Enix has done very many good decisions in a long time. Like, they weren't even going to put the pixel remasters on the console. Because, I don't know. They didn't think it was gonna make them enough money or something. Even though everybody, since the beginning of the announcement, was complaining and wanting it on console. I don't understand the decisions behind a lot of gaming companies nowadays. They are far too focused on how much money they can make, and don't even want to think about making their fans happy. Especially when they can still make money off of that. But that's just my opinion. Okay, that's probably good enough. Wait, I don't have to reset here. Just take a couple steps. Double troll's a little scary. Yeah, let's... We're not taking a beating like that. I don't think we can beat 4. I think 3 regular zombies is fine. So I think I might just sit here until I'm 12. At level 12, we can probably beat Astos. Or, yeah, Astos. This probably is going to be too painful. I'm not accepting an attack roll of 17. Not when we need to kill off that troll. Trolls do too much damage. Okay, let's try beating up this troll first. We need to one-round a troll. And we did it. Okay. Not getting very many good fights for us. There we go. I mean, a double zombie battle is still acceptable. And it's probably the safest, easiest encounter for us. This is really risky only putting one person on it, but I've taken too much damage. Yeah. We can beat 3 zombies, but the fight has to go well. If a zombie could miss an attack, that would be great. Like that. That helps a lot. Double miss. Zombies do not have an increased crit chance. No. They have 1%, like most monsters in the game. Alright, level 12. Let's do... at least one more battle. I could try to beat up Astos at level 12. Okay, let's not fight a group of 4. White mages and black mages are jealous right now. Mages love groups of 4. Could we please stop fighting a group of 4? One of these days. Alright, it's the worst encounter we could possibly take. Alright, I need a crit. That was not a crit. Up. Down to Kane. Kane's gonna have to do some good damage to this zombie to take him out. Okay, we do survive. I think that's level 12. Alright, let's get out of here. And if I struggle too much to beat up Astos, then I can just come back. But it shouldn't be a big deal. We should be fine. I believe that level 12 will work. Okay, let's buy some healing potions. Because we're gonna need a lot of these. We are level 12, so we now have 12 defense. Almost as much as chainmail. So one good thing about having two characters here is that the wizards can split up their damage, and I could possibly kill off 2 wizards in a round. So we actually can potentially beat a group of 4 wizards. And for Astos, I'm just going to keep resetting until somebody doesn't get hit by rub, which shouldn't be very many attempts. Because even if one of the black belts gets hit by slow, the other should be able to finish him off. So I'm gonna hope that we have enough damage at level 12. It's gonna be a little sketchy. Because at level 12, that only puts us at 24 damage. Which means each punch is going to do 1 to 8 damage. And it's going to be heavily favored to do 1. But we also have a high crit chance. And the crits will do some damage, so I think we'll be fine. Like I said at the beginning of the run, I haven't really tested out or planned any of this. I'm just winging it. And as long as we're able to beat Astos, then I'll probably... I might do a bit more XP grinding after I beat Astos. You know what, let's hop in the boat, because I should be getting into an encounter soon. And the next fight in the boat is just a shark. Let's fight the shark. And yep, grind more XP. It's not something I want to do, but it is something I'll have to do. As long as we're able to beat the enemies down. Then I will just keep going. But yeah, the Crescent Lake area will be a lot easier of an XP grind compared to the Peninsula of Power. The Peninsula of Power is better XP, but if I have a death, then I have to walk all the way back to town. I have to use a lot of consumables. I have to reset if I fight too many enemies. Like, it's a lot to deal with. Do I go for the solo strategy? I'm just gonna do the any % route. And if I die to Stunlock, then I'll switch to my solo run routes. And since I'm going to be doing... I don't have to pick up the sword or the bracelet. I'll only have to deal with 2 crawls in 2 separate fights. So there'll be 1 crawl in this battle, then 1 in the next. I almost want to punch the crawl. I don't remember if I'm supposed to skip 2? I think I skipped 2 battles. It might be 3. I haven't done a solo run in a while, I don't remember. Let's see what I fight. This looks fine. Beep beep bat. Doesn't matter the run. The bats like to be in the way. Holy cow, bat. He's in the way literally as long as physically possible. If he goes to the right... Out of my way, bat. I didn't get the free step, but I shouldn't need it. I should have walked around that room to begin with. Black belts aren't known for their luck, so they do struggle to run away a little bit. How much luck do we have? Oh, 14 and 13. That's not bad at all. Alright, let's see how many wizards we get. 2 wizards. I'm pretty sure we could survive 4 of them. Yeah, the wizards weren't much of a threat. So yeah, I'm just gonna do my solo route because it's just safer. I'm gonna skip a few more fights than a normal run, but I just don't want to deal with the paralysis again. The black belts don't have quite enough luck to guaranteed run away. Now with two of us taking turns, I've been able to run away from each fight relatively easily. Alright, skip one more battle, then we go. So yeah, we may have murdered those wizards easily. I don't think Astos is going to be quite as simple. I'm not dealing with that bat again. I believe we have one more battle with shadows. Yep. And that was Marsh Cave. Not too bad. I think I need to skip this fight too, but I'm not sure. I should, but we're just gonna run. This would be an ogre if I was down in the other zone still. Alright, let's see if we can punch down this mage. Fist first magic. Who wins? Astos, you're not supposed to melee us. That's what you're normally supposed to do. I'm just gonna reset. I want to resist the rub. It should not be that difficult. Yep, I did not pick up the house. I could have. I had plenty of steps. I just didn't care. There we go. Black belts have very high magic defense, so I didn't think it would take very long to resist the rub. And we should win now. I expect to get, like, at least one crit a round? Well, maybe not now. Maybe only a crit every other round now. Kane isn't going to do much. It's going to be all down the tinny. And there goes Astos. Not very difficult. Yeah, I didn't think he'd be too difficult at level 12. I think with my solo character I was level 14 when I fought him. Maybe 15, I don't remember. But yeah, I should probably gain a few more levels for fighting up against, You know what? Before I do that, let's buy a couple soft potions in case I have to do a backup route through Earth Cave. That sounds good. And we definitely don't need to fight anything on the ocean. I mean, I might punch down a shark, because why not? It'll go down quick. Running is slightly faster. But it is possible that we fail to flee twice. I'm not gonna fight the Mad Pony, though. We will, of course, still rob the old lady. She's not gonna chase after us. So yeah, at level 12, on our black belts here, we are still over 100 HP behind where a fighter would be right now. At level 12, a fighter is almost guaranteed to have 300 HP. If you have the worst possible stat gains. We didn't... Really? You didn't one-shot him. You're supposed to always one-shot the shark. So over the weekend, I'm going to try and... Yeah, this is the right way. That's where I'm going. Over the weekend, I'm going to try and think of some, like, sub-badge symbols, I guess, to use for everybody's stuff, so they're not just stars. Try to make them more unique. I have an idea in mind that I'll probably stick to. Do I need... I don't really need this. Let's just say screw it and get out of here. I'll loot the dwarf cave. But I'm not gonna loot anything else. I just want enough money to be able to purchase the silver armor. But yeah, we definitely don't need as much money as most characters, since we were, you know, fighting zombies. We don't need all this chump change. I'll pick up the silver armor, sell that. The dragon sword, sell that. And I might not even need all of that, honestly. Okay, what do I have for items? Plenty of heals. Plenty of cabins, too. So let's just keep on keeping on. Yeah, I mean, I could probably start doing predictions myself if I wanted. And I could very easily... Hey Nikki, welcome in. That's right, you do see a monk. I currently have 2 black belts alive and 2 dead at level 1. And once I class change, I'm gonna be running around with some black masters at level 1. And see how well I can make it through the end game with characters with no magic defense. But yeah, I'm taking a break today from any percent. I'll probably come back to any percent tomorrow. And that's right, I am currently planning on doing another Thursday stream. They don't happen often, but I think I'll do that this week. So I probably didn't need to pick up as much money as I did. Let's punch one last shark for good luck. So I do believe that certain spells are still going to be able to hit me with my poor magic defense. So things like the Brack spell are still going to be able to really do some damage to me. Oh yeah, I have on those iron nunchucks still. Get rid of those. Now we have on armor. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to Crescent Lake, gain a couple levels. I don't think we're gonna have an easy time beating up Lich at level 12. We kind of struggled a bit for Astos, who has the same defense as Lich. Oh, I'm supposed to take a few extra steps. Hope that's good. We'll see. Let's get back to punching some trolls. They're definitely not worth as much XP as the Zombols, but it's a lot safer. I'm right by the town. I don't have to keep buying so many items. So, what level should I hit here? I'm thinking 14? But let's see. Man, this double troll really beat me down. Kane didn't even survive. Luckily, we can revive him right here. I don't know if we're gonna survive this. Ambushed by 3. We'll try. So, at level 13, I have another strong level up of hit points. Oops, I wasn't... Yeah, that's fine. That works. I did kill him. Just getting murdered by basic enemies here. At least it doesn't cost me anything to fix it. Just revive. Back in action. And it doesn't really matter if one of my guys dies a lot more than the others. Okay, I've got 3 more of those fights to skip. I need to think of a better route that gets me here without having to skip over all the Cobra Scorpion fights. I'm sure there's a way. I can easily find a route to do that. I just have to actually sit down and figure out a good route for it. ambushed by 3 Peds. I don't think we're going to win this. It's possible, but I doubt it. No, Kane's already dead. Unfortunate, because that's worth a lot of XP. If I wasn't ambushed. Speaking of ambush, the last 3 fights that I've tried to take, I was ambushed. Kane is probably not surviving this battle. Or sentence, for that matter. I'm going to need to have a really good crit to one-shot this bull. Or have good turn order. Turn order it is. So yeah, we're struggling to survive a bit. Hey, we survived a battle! Level 13. And sadly, I have to check my armor, because if I don't, it says absorb 13. Once I check it, it goes back to 17. I'm not sure if 14 is going to be good enough to beat Lich. Ooh, we're probably not surviving this. But I want to try. I would appreciate it if they would put some of their damage in the Cane. Okay, that was acceptable. Hopefully Tinny gets an attack off before dying. Good. There is a chance I can win this. It is a low chance. I need to dodge some attacks. It didn't happen. That would have been like 4,800 XP? Which is a lot. Because, I mean, right now to gain a full level, we need, what, 5,600 XP? So, surviving that battle would have really helped out a lot. If I could fight smaller groups of Peds, you know, like maybe a group of 2? That's a little bit more manageable. Double Giant is good. kind of risky only putting one person on the giant, but I'll just hope. And it wasn't enough. The giants didn't hurt us too much, at least. And Kane's 13. So yeah, I think at level 14 I'll go and try Earth Cave. I don't know how well it'll work. We are strong enough to murder enemies with low absorption. But when enemies have any sort of absorption, we kinda don't hurt them anymore. Black belts are the masters of destroying zero defense enemies. Like when you go to the Temple of Fiends and you see purple worms, those are enemies that the black belts like to punch. You'll see very large damage numbers on them. Alright, how much XP do we have? 3,700. That's still a little ways to go. Do I really want to gain that much XP? I mean, I don't really want to, but it might be difficult to beat up Lich if I don't just gain at least another level or two. We can survive Ice 2! But how long is it going to take us to do 400 damage to him? Because I mean, it takes us what? Like 3 rounds to do 400 damage to giants? And giants have, what, 14 absorption? It might be 12. It's somewhere around there. And Lich has 40 absorption. So we'll be doing a lot less damage to Lich. These ambushes are not very nice. I don't know if I'm gonna survive this. It's close. 4 black belts. Struggling. They don't like to fight enemies that have multiple swings. Hey, a solopede. I would have liked to see a group of 2 peds, but a solopede is still nice to see. Like, I don't want to use the inn after every fight, but I just don't trust the damage that this team takes. Okay, after this I've got 2 ped battles in a row. So hopefully I can level up off of those peds. Then I'll just head on to Earth Cave and see how it goes. Another solopede. Solopede is better than us dying. If I get another solopede, I might not be leveling up. Can I get a group of 2 or a preemptive strike on 3? That's what I would like to see. Okay. Okay. Can never get what we want, can we? I did hit 14 though. And Kane is 300 away? Okay. Let's head on down to Earth Cave. I'll hit 14 along the way. Now hitting 14 doesn't give us a lot of HP. That's a lot of bull. Kane sure is struggling to run. What is our luck stats looking like? 15 apiece. We need 17. At 17 luck, we can run away guaranteed. Oops, that's not where I'm supposed to go. Hello, Melmond. We are using your inn to set up our fights for Earth Cave. I could do an Earth Elemental grind if I really feel like it. Now it would hurt. I would use up all of my healing potions. But I could do that. If it's one enemy, one bull, I'll punch it down. But I don't feel like fighting two. And if I fight a single Groger, I'll also fight it. We don't care about that bonus treasury room. We, don't need the coral sword. Yeah, we also don't need that 300 gold or the cabin. I do believe we have enough money. We have been murdering a lot of enemies for the last 3 hours. You know, if we had a normal character class, we would have beaten the game already. Yeah, if we just had fighters and black mages, we could have beaten the game. But instead, we are just now entering Earth Cave for the first time. Okay, let's see how Vampire goes. Not great damage. Really? Okay. I see how it is, Vampire. Luckily, we snapped out of it. Okay. We'll see. We'll see if I can get through this now. I have to not get stun locked by the images. I have 2 more image battles, and this better not be 4. I don't want to see 4 wizards. Okay, it's 3. We should survive? Maybe? Okay, survived the wizards. Now, do I survive the 2 more image battles is another story. Good, only 2 images. That's what I like to see. Can Kane do it? What is this traffic jam? Out of the way! Can Kane do it, or do we wipe here? There's 6. Alright, looks like we survived. Good job, Kane, getting us out of there. Yes, Tinny got 2-shot by Vampire. Vampire started off by using Dazzle on both of my black belts. And then they just sat there paralyzed for a while he decided to punch him down. Beep beep bat. Alright, well that's the last, not the last battle, I still have the Grogers. That's the last battle. Monk is not better than running compared to the fighter. A fighter has more guaranteed luck levels early on. I didn't get ambushed here, which is kind of crazy. Alright, time to revive the fallen comrade. And I think I could use a few more healing potions. I haven't really been poisoned, because black belts have really high magic defense. So, the poison just doesn't really affect us. I believe that the black belt has more guaranteed luck levels overall, but the fighter has more early on. I'm pretty sure. Actually, it's about the same. Yeah, it looks like black belt and fighter both gain luck 2 out of every 3 levels. Then the fighter just stops gaining luck at a certain point, while black belt keeps gaining it. But yeah, their luck growth is almost identical. Yeah, the magic defense is going to be good right now, but it's going to disappear from us pretty quickly. Once we turn into Black Masters, we're going to have no magic defense. In fact, we have more magic defense now at level 14 than our Black Masters will have at level 50. Which is pretty sad. Oops. Oh well. I thought I had the one more step, but I didn't. I have no plans for what levels I'm gonna take the Black Masters to. Excuse me. Ooh. That sneeze snuck up on me. Murder ourselves a Titan. Bash him over the head with a ruby. Oops. Well, we didn't need a house. I do have pretty bad ambush luck. But I just believe that my RNG is pretty bad in general. Like anytime I play D&D, I'm that person that rolls low all the time. I'm that guy. And that is also why I just tend to play as, like, bullet sponge characters. Like, just make me into a big old tank. I can maybe do decent damage every once in a while, but just expect me to be there taking hits for you. That's what I can do. Okay, so we'll see if we can make it through Lich in one try. I have a feeling that I might need to gain some more experience still. But we're going to try this. We're going to try it. No guarantees that we make it out of here alive. Now, once we get past Lich, the rest of the game should be relatively easy. I think this is going to be the most difficult dungeon for the team. It's just making it past Lich. So we'll see how it goes. Our first enemy to run away from us. Hey Arceus, welcome in. So yeah, I've got 3 more battles to try and not be stun-locked from. We do have decent magic defense, so hopefully we won't be stun-locked. I mean, if I died to Lich, I could skip a bunch of battles, or I could just hard power and walk back into the dungeon. Now, if I'm walking back into the dungeon right away, I have to deal with cockatrice battles. But it's an option. Gotta love that ambush luck. You know what? We'll pick up the money. I don't need to. I could just waste more steps, but I'll pick it up. The off chance that I get out of here, I'll have the extra funds. I mean, if you die to Lich during the relay, you just have to choose. You're gonna have to figure out what route you feel most comfortable with. Now, if you're using the safe strategy with the red mage who has enough HP, it's very unlikely that you'll die to him. Now, it's still possible he could melee the red mage, paralyze him, then do max damage with Ice 2 to kill him. That's possible, sure. Unlikely, but possible. So you can either figure out a backup route where you skip a few battles outside, or you can try some riskier strategies. Like if I die here, I'm going to be doing the standard backup strategy that I use, which is just to try to run by 2 groups of cockatrice. That is my standard backup, because it's quick. Because I don't want to just skip a bunch of battles. Assuming I'm part of the relay, I'm going to use a very risky team. I mean, having a ribbon equipped is still a good thing. Even if you're a level 50 black belt. See, now the play is to have a ribbon equipped for a level, then just gain a level and don't look at your armor, so that you have the bonus effects of the ribbon, while still having 50 absorption of being level 50 on the black belt. Hey Charm, welcome in. And no worries, man. I still have hours left on the run. Our black belts here are only in the Earth Cave. They have a ways to go. You've mostly just missed 3 hours of grinding experience, because these guys start off pretty terrible. And now we're going to go die to Lich, because I honestly don't think we're going to live. think we have a chance to live. Alright, Lich, play nice. Good, we didn't take too much damage. 17. 61. That's not good. That's not good at all. 83. Or wait. 93? There we go, 193. That's half of Lich's health. He has about 200 left. About 170-ish. And we are probably going to die here unless we get some good crits. There's a good crit. We need one more. Good turn order can save us. There we go. Well, we managed to actually beat Lich in one attempt. I don't feel like we should have won that. We got lucky on the characters that got paralyzed to wake up instantly. Or to recover instantly, I should say. So we did get lucky there. But I guess to be fair, it wasn't very lucky that we got paralyzed by Lich's melee attack with our high magic defense. Well, even if the thing is level life, you still want to have the resistance to spells. Being resistant to spells does help out. And you also have to worry about the fact that you have to run through the entire dungeon without having a ribbon, which is pretty sketchy. So you have to take into account every boss, not just chaos. Because if you don't have the ribbon equipped, and you're trying to keep 50 absorption up by using the black belt's little glitch there, then you'll want to have it set up before you enter the final dungeon. So it's just something to think about. But either way, a level 50 black belt is absurdly strong and one-shots almost everything, so it doesn't really matter what you do with a level 50 black belt. And hey David, welcome in. Thanks for the good luck. We just had some good luck against Lich. It was looking like we were going to die. But then we pulled through and did a bunch of damage real fast. And managed to survive. And now, we are off to ordeals. In a lot of my black belt runs, I don't even bother going to ordeals, since black belts only get worse with class change. But that's our goal of this run, is to become worse. I don't know how Ice Cave is going to go at level 14, but I'm hoping that we're going to be good enough. And so backup routes for ordeals can vary based on how risky you want them to be. You can either reset and skip like 13 battles or something ridiculous like that, or skip like 2 or 3? I don't remember how many to skip. That's not a good start. That is maximum enemies in this encounter. Hopefully we have fast enough turn order to go before someone dies. Cutting it close. I thought I was going to have to do a backup strategy. Okay. Time for our friendly old zombies. I'm glad it's not 3. Since 3 zombies can easily kill us. I mean, I'd survive a 3 zombie battle, but I'd probably have 1 dead party member. Which wouldn't be great for me surviving the dungeon. So I have 3 more fights to go. This one's not super threatening. If you get ambushed by 2, they can do some work though. I don't know if I'll ever use the heal staff, but I'll pick it up. In case I feel like selling it. Finally have an increase in our armor. Gold bracelet. One of the best pieces of equipment we can use. Because one of my characters is going to have a gold bracelet, while the other ends up with an opal bracelet. I don't know if I'm going to use the Zeus Gauntlet. Let's try it out. Let's see how much damage we do. Zeus Gauntlet can do more than that. It's not doing much. Just do this. Okay, good. Zombie Dragon's dead. Now we'll punch this guy down. It figures that we had to fight 2. Alright, Kane. Don't you die on me. These guys are sure cutting it close. in like every fight. It's just barely surviving. So, I guess I can't complain too much about having bad luck for this. Let's swap. I use an armor. Waste our house. Just so that I have enough HP to survive the trip to Elfland. Now we have Ice Cave. Ice Cave is a fun place. Everyone likes Ice Cave. There's nothing dangerous there at all. Besides everything. Yeah, I probably don't need the money from that. For some reason. Do I have enough heal potions? No. I sure don't. Let's get rid of this too. And hope I have the right one equipped. Okay, I definitely need healing potions. 30 is not going to last me through the ice cave. No way. Now the question is, when I do an XP grind, do I try to grind on XP on the eyes? Hey Blue Harvey, welcome in and thanks for the good luck. Trying to do an eye grind with 2 black masters might be a little sketchy, but I think it would end up being okay. Because if he uses Brack, I'm gonna be hit by it. I don't feel like fire elementals are worth enough experience. We'll see what I end up wanting to level grind on. I have time. I need to look. Why FF1? I don't know, it just became the game that I enjoyed running the most. I've done some other speedruns that I just didn't enjoy playing as much. And there's a lot of options for what you can do in this game with your party composition. Now, I wouldn't go as far to saying that FF1 is the best. I think... I mean, my favorite is probably 13. I like 6, 13, 9, and 10 the most. Beep beep. Not a lot of people like 13 a lot, but for me, it fits what I want from an RPG. You have a lot of story where your characters slowly grow. They start off as regular old people, and they don't get any stronger at all in the beginning of the game until something weird happens. Then all of a sudden they get magic, and they start getting stronger that way. which is nice. That's pretty unique. And it's good. I think the story just keeps it along and all of the characters can grow on you. Some people have issues with a character here and there, but overall they're well-written characters for the most part. And I think the story plays out pretty well. It's mostly linear, just storyline, teaching you how to play the game slowly. The battle system is quick and efficient, which seems very simple because you can auto-battle stuff, but when you become good at the game, you actually don't even auto-battle that often. You input a lot of your commands because that's just the better way to go. And once you've gotten most of the story, it's like, here you go, now it's more open world, you can go run around and murder monsters that are going to beat you down. And I think it's just a good pace. Oh, and the whole level capping before bosses, so you can't just grind up absurdly high level and easily beat everything down, is something else I also like. Now, 9, I enjoy 9 a lot. I think their battle system is very good. It was a throwback to the first game, and I think they did a great job at it. People tend to have their own set classes, and they fill those roles. I'm actually not a huge fan of everybody. I have fought maximum enemies in all 3 of these encounters. That is annoying. I'm probably dead thanks to being ambushed by 9. I have a chance though. Okay, we somehow survived. That was scary. Oh yes, I have done some different challenge runs in FF13, a lot actually. And even made some mods for it to alter up my characters a lot. Like turning Saz into a beastly tank, and making Saz into a turning Snow into a support character. Like I made my Snow be very supporty. He was good at buffs, debuffs, and healing, and his offense capabilities weren't very good. I made all sorts of things like that by just changing what was in everybody's grids and their stat spreads. I don't play any more battles here, let's just leave. I have tried randomizer a lot, and I'm generally not a fan of randomizer. I know lots of other people play it and like it, but for me, it's just... I don't know, something about it just isn't for me. I don't like having godly late-game weapons randomly be thrown into the beginning of the game, making the game trivial. I like customization in games, sure, but I also would like games to be, difficult. And I like things to be balanced, also. Not just the ability to alter their stats. If I want to just alter people's base stats, I'll do that on my own by modding it. I've done that in many games. So I'm probably not surviving since my black belt got crit then killed. It is very unlikely I survive the eye battle. Oh boy. This better be a good Zeus gauntlet or I'm dead. That was almost as bad as the Zeus gauntlet could possibly be. And again, I didn't even kill off the wolf. Finally, I need a very powerful crit. I don't know how I survived that battle. I shouldn't have survived that battle. FF1 does not have Phoenix Downs in this version of the game. I don't know why I'm healing myself. There's no point. Oh, there's a way to revive dead party members. If you have a level 12 white mage, or a level 15 red wizard that knows the life spell. You know what? I'm gonna do it different. No, I'm not gonna skip any encounters. I don't want to fight those frost giant battles. Life 2 is a full HP resurrection, yes. But resurrection magic is not usable in combat on the NES version, but you can use it outside of combat. Yes, soft potions and life spells do not work in battle on the NES version. If you die in battle, you're staying dead until after battle. But yes, the white mage can learn life 1. The white wizard can learn life 2, and the red wizard can learn life 1. Life 2 is something used a lot more in Randomizer, because getting to level 8 magic takes a very long time. I believe... Am I trying to force out another battle here? That was... Yes, I think I have to force out one more fight. Right? No, probably not. Oh, I do have to force this fight. Okay. I haven't done this route in a long time. But yes, you cannot cure stone in battle. Now you can cure other status effects if you use Cure 4. You can cure paralysis and poison and blindness and mute status. Trying to think if we can punch down a frost dragon. I don't know if we can kill him in one round. We should be able to, but I'm not gonna risk it. And yes, Life 2 is a level 8 spell, which means you have to be at minimum level 25 to learn it. 5. What is... 5 is good. Yeah, 5 is good. Yes, there are 8 levels of magic. Tiers 1 to 4 are pretty common. And most classes that can use magic can use tiers 1 through 4. And 5 through 8 is more advanced magic. Yeah, the drink command, you only have the options of heal and pure. Okay, we survived. Since I'm wasting time, this is a route that I figured out worked pretty well when I was doing like a solo white mage and solo thief, where I didn't want to fight any frost giants. So I would fight no unrunnable battles with this setup. Okay, can we do this? Punch down the eye. Good turn order for my team. I need good turn order again. Nope. Close. Close. Once I get past the eye, I have one more scary battle to get through. Yeah, don't need to heal yet. Don't bother healing until after the third fight. Because these battles don't do too much damage. Their main threat is just petrification. last fight with the Cockatrice Mummy combo. Well, for now. You mean what made me go from just playing the game for fun to like actually wanting to speedrun it? Or going from the speedrunning of the game to trying to do all sorts of challenges in the game? So, I didn't play this game a lot casually, but I did play it some. Like, I'd beaten the game before in the past a few times, and when I was new to Twitch, I started off by watching some Smite streams, because that was a competitive game that I played a little bit. And when there was no like pro matches on of that game, I started just watching other people play some games. And I looked up Final Fantasy VI because it was one of my favorite games. And I just looked at some people streaming the game, and I saw Puexel doing a speedrun on FF6. I didn't really know much about speedrunning at the time, but I just checked out the run, and I was like, this is kinda neat. And so I started watching a few different streams over time just on in the background. And I was like, you know, it would be kinda cool to do something like that. I was like, I bet I could do that, because I actually have spent a lot of time doing different challenge runs before, just offline. I did all sorts of low-level runs. I just never, like, recorded myself doing them or anything like that. And so I just decided, I'll give it a shot. Like, I ended up going to speedrun.com and checked out random different games. I looked at Final Fantasy 1, and I saw Fiesel's world record, and I was like, I bet I could do that. So I tried it, and I learned the single segment route based off of his world record run, back when it was like a 3:42, I believe. And I ended up getting my time within 2 minutes of his by just trying to emulate his route. And I was satisfied with that. I ended up putting the game down and didn't pick it up again for a while. But then, I don't know, I just felt the itch to do more speedruns of the game after a while, and then I just started doing it, and then it got to the point where I just couldn't stop. I just was having fun doing it. And so I just kept going. Then after getting a bunch of different world records in the game, I also decided that maybe I could start trying other challenge runs in the game. And then here we are. There we go, that's a good crit. We win this time. Okay, now the question is, do I get out of here? It's going to be difficult. Oh, thank you, first strike. Okay. What do I have coming up? Encounter number 1, okay. Encounter 1 is good. I'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be good. As long as I don't get ambushed and crit by the next battle, I should live. So I'm going to force this fight here. Because if I do this battle on the next floor, it'll be 2 to 6 wraiths, and they could kill me with Stunlock. But the Gerpede is a much friendlier foe. So, we survived Ice Cave. It took a little while, but we survived. I probably shouldn't have even used that cabin. It was more of an I'm scared cabin than an important one. I should have known. I know where I'm getting these fights, like... I didn't have to waste the cabin, but it's fine. I've ran through the dungeon enough times to know where the encounters are. Now, I am not going to be reviving Kane. Kane is dead for the rest of the run. Now this fight I should have skipped. But I'm glad I didn't. Being poisoned here is perfect. Nope, because I'm going to be trying to kill off my party members really soon here. So I would like him to be poisoned. So we're gonna hear some screaming for a little bit. Nope, not Kane, sorry. Joe. Our level 1 light warriors. They'll be fine. I should probably heal them. I didn't have to use the N to heal them, but it's fine. I will have a plan. I don't know why I sailed this far down south. Can I afford the bottle? I can afford the bottle, but I'm gonna wait a second. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is... depending on how much HP I have left here, I can go into the volcano and lower the rest of my HP in the volcano. And I'll go buy some pro rings for the other black belts. Alright. Level 1 Black Masters. They are going to have awful magic defense. We'll eventually get out of here. Okay, how much HP does he have left? 19, okay. I have a plan. I'm going the wrong way to do my plan. Okay, so he should die from poison pretty easily in battle. Then he can stay dead. Oh, right. Sell gloves. That's... Okay, my plan is to use cabin. I don't have any tents. Whatever. Cabin it up. Let's lose that HP. Then walk into the ocean. See, all these are safe tiles right here. As long as it's the pure desert tile. Okay, 1 HP. Don't heal staff, just fight. Get him killed off. There we go. I don't believe the critical hit was necessary, but that's fine. And now we have level 1 black belts. Or black masters, sorry. But they should level up a tiny bit faster than the first group. Level 2! Oh, wait. Check our armor. Enemies in the ocean are not worth the most XP. But I figured I'd be able to kill them quickly enough without dying. I don't think this will give me level 3, will it? Okay, it does. Let's see. Let's try something dumb. Perfect. This should give me enough XP to level up if we don't die. I didn't check my armor. That's why I took so much damage. Unfortunate. Cause yeah, see, I have 3 absorption. I was like, why did we take so much damage? And there's your problem. Gotta love black belts. always forced to menu every time you level. It's not annoying at all. Alright, level 4 gives us a bit of HP. Check armor. Okay, is that enough HP that I can continue onwards? You know what? Sure. I need some cash, though. I don't have anything to sell, do I? No, not really. I need to buy that bottle. Okay, we're probably not gonna survive this. But I can try. I could get the slab around this level, sure. It would be sketchy. I'm going to try to get enough money to maybe go to the sea shrine. So I killed those two off and swapped in the two new guys, because the whole point of this run is to play through the end of the game with Black Masters. Black Masters have the lowest magic defense of any growth of any character in the game. They are much, much weaker than the Black Belts. Black Belts gain 4 times the magic defense. So these characters are going to have no magic defense, which means they are going to be screwed over by status effects left and right. They are going to have a hard time living spells. Oh, I'm sure it was a bug. It was probably supposed to be the other way around. We almost have 50k. Okay, let's see. What else? I don't think there's money. I think it's just a house and a soft. No, okay, it is money. Is that enough? All we need. Let's go. The only way to keep the black belts at level 1 was to have them be dead. Now I can enter the Sea Shrine. Entering the Sea Shrine at level 5 is probably a little sketchy. But you know what? It'll be fine. We can kill some Gersharks, right? We've got Lit 2. It's probably going to be really sketchy, but, you know, I'm gonna try it. I would like to get that opal bracelet as soon as I can. So yeah, the other black belts they have, at level 14 and 15, these two guys have more magic defense than these two will have when they hit level 50. The difference of magic defense growth is a lot. Yeah, I think this'll work. This'll be a very odd group of enemies to fight on purpose. But I think it'll work. So I'm going to fight the enemy group worth the least amount of XP, and it's unrunnable. But it's a pretty easy encounter. Oh, never mind, I didn't make it to the second floor. Well, darn, it's fine. Let's do that again. Grabbing the defense sword might help. I could possibly go grab that first. But the problem is, we don't even have 100 HP, and we have really weak armor. So I'm going to go in. The idea of coming to the Sea Shrine first is to get the Opal Bracelet. The Opal Bracelet will increase our survivability by a lot. Okay. 1 Gershark. Hopefully we can live through this. As long as he hits Joe twice in a row now, and doesn't hit him too hard, you know, or he focuses his fire on Key. Let's try this again. He needs to not focus on my poor monk without good defense. So I could always just try to run. I could try to run. Because it's the next fight that I really want to go after. Yeah, let's run. 2 Gersharks is too much. Can you guys stop doing that? They really don't like Keyboard Cowboy. That's 2 fights in a row that he just got murdered. And if I can go grab the slab, I'll actually be able to earn really good XP in Mirage Tower. Yes, Drosy, the other 2 are dead for the rest of the run. Okay, we finally ran away in time. The other 2, they did their job. They got us here. Is it encounter number 3? I think it's encounter 3 on this floor I want. It is. Hopefully Key goes quickly. Ow. I didn't think the Arsags could hit me that hard. my magic or is my absorption not fixed again? Five? No wonder why I keep dying. Because we had 5 absorption. Because I guess I didn't check my stats after I hit level 5. Have I ever said how much I dislike the black belt class? They are, annoying having to baby them. And I forgot to skip a battle. No, I did skip the battle, okay. Maybe I can live now that I have defense? No, just run from these, just run. Ow, yeah. We didn't run. Our armor is right. 17 and... Wait, is that 17 and 17? Okay, 33 and 17, yeah. Okay, I'm giving up on that. Let's try and fight some enemies here. Ocho's probably a bad choice. I would just like to go grab the slab, that's all. And in grabbing the slab, I could get the opal bracelet. Alright, so I'll just fight a few enemies in the river, I guess. Oh, we are going to die to this. That fight might be a little bit too difficult. Getting ambushed? No. Trying to think of somewhere I could go for good XP that I could survive. Because this has not been such a good level grind. Could I stop getting ambushed? Okay, that was minimum damage on one and almost minimum on the second. There is no point in the game that you stop relying on critical hits. You rely on critical hits actually even more in the late game, because your weapons in the late game have a much higher crit chance. So you spend the entire game just waiting for those crits, because your crits are how you deal damage. Alright, level 6, that doesn't do us much good. But one more battle should get us to 7. And that should be enough HP to maybe survive the Gersharks. So yeah, kitty cats, we're always banking on critical hits. The whole game. So for black belts, as they level up, their crit rate becomes higher. And as for characters that use weapons, their weapons have a higher crit rate based on their index number. So the further you get into the game, the higher the index number is, which means their crit rate is higher. So you just end up relying more and more on crits, especially because late game enemies have an absurd amount of physical absorption. And when you crit, you can actually bypass part of that absorption because a critical hit is pretty much a double swing on that attack, and the first part of the swing gets through without their absorption being factored in. Okay, let's swap you. Oh. 33, 24, okay. Oh, we, don't really have the money to save at the end, because Waverns are not worth anything. That's okay. Maybe we have enough HP to survive the Gersharks. Let's try this again. So yeah, hitting level 7 this time took us longer than it should have still, but... at least it was a little faster this time than the first time. Okay, a first strike. That's good to see. Okay, and we survive that round. Next round should finish off the Gershark. There we go. XP! Look, that's what's supposed to happen. When the Wiz Sahag hits you, it does 1 damage. That's why I was so confused the first time when I saw that fight. We were getting hit for like 30. Like, this is what I was expecting the first time. Alright, as long as Joe doesn't get hit before we kill this guy. Okay, he got hit, but he survived. Okay. I want the mage staff, but don't grab it right now. This fight is so much XP. But this is going to be so risky to fight. Alright, we need to run. Come on, Joe. Okay. You had to hit the person with the Zeus gauntlet, didn't you, Big Eye? Alright, opal bracelet. Let's put this on. There we go. Now 43 and 33. Much better. And that's sadly all the absorption we're gonna have for the rest of the run. Black Belt is the only class that cannot use the Pro Cape. Because they're expected, because the Pro Cape is a shield, and the Black Belts are supposed to be fighting with both hands. So they don't get to use the shield. Even though it's a cape, and they could put it on. Okay, I really want to grab the Mage Staff and the Light Axe, but I want to get out of this dungeon more. I can survive 2 sea snakes. Sea snakes aren't terrible XP either. The next battle will also be... Will it be sea snakes? No. Yes, it will. It will. Did we level up? No, okay. One more battle. We can fight 4. This will level us up. As long as they don't focus key. And of course, what are they doing? Kill 1, please. Thank you. Hopefully this round I kill all 3 of these guys. Almost. Joe's almost getting to the point where he's able to melee. Our HP is slowly going up. I'm healing up every hit point because I want to make it out of this dungeon alive. I can take that. Zeus did minimum damage against the Wiz Sahag. But we should win right here. There we go, level 10. can start punching down enemies a little bit better. Our hit points are slowly getting up there. Alright, we did it. We made it out alive. I do want to go pick up the ribbon, but I'm not gonna grab it right now. This is a terrible shop to buy heal potions at. It's actually the worst one to buy heal potions at. Oh yeah, the black belts aren't going to start doing actual damage until like level 32. Do I grab the mage staff? Let's go for the ribbon. The ribbon is a long trek, but we'll see if we can do it. Probably not. But at least we have enough health now that I feel like we can actually survive these battles. And Joe can actually contribute now. I punched the wrong target. It's okay. Made it out alive still. And it's almost a full level of XP still. I'm going to save the heal potions and just use the inn, even though the inn is far out of the way. You know what? Actually, let's try Waterfall. There's a ribbon in there, and I can at least clear the dungeon. Let's clear out the waterfall. No, let's just run. I know I could win the battle. But just because I can doesn't mean I should. Okay. And now we are high enough level that I could possibly punch down some mud golems, if there's not very many. The problem is we have to really watch out for status effects, like that sleep. Because we don't have magic defense. So everything's going to hit us with their status effects. once I pick up 2 ribbons, I can go do an eye grind. If I want to try an eye grind. Or I can try and farm some Agamas, which are safer but not as good. Oh, this fight is gonna kill me. I'm not gonna fight 3. That's too much damage. If it was like 1 or 2 mud golems, sure. But 3 was just too much. Do we see the out of bounds bat? We sure don't. Let's not be... I guess we shouldn't be insta-killed. But Slep Lock on the other hand. We do have a Pro Ring, which should give us enough magic defense to not die to Squint. Even though right now it looks like the problem is the sleep. There we go. Ribbon! Put that on. Yeah, I figured Squint wouldn't be too big of a deal. Okay, now Joe has a ribbon on. Hopefully he won't die to this ambush. If I had a mage staff, it would be tempting to take that. You know, if I wasn't ambushed by it, cause... Ow. Joe? Okay, thank you. Alright, I'm running low on healing potions. I don't care, just heal up. Just heal. I can go to Cronaria and buy 99 heals. Yeah, black belts aren't known for their, tankiness. There we go. That's a fight in here that we can actually take. Because they don't have physical absorption. Alright, 1 ribbon down. And a defense sword in hand. Now, the next play. Do I go grab the second ribbon? It is a little annoying that I have to switch their party order even though they're pretty much the same. But I need the person with the opal gauntlet on top, because he has to tank those hits. This should be a pretty easy fight to take. It might take 2 rounds with the Zeus Gauntlet. As long as it rolls good, then I'm fine. Alright. We'll take whatever quick XP we can get. Alright, waterfall down. We're making progress. It'd be nice if we could murder some ochos, but... or some nachos. Goodbye, Hydras. Just run. It should be a while till I get into another battle. Man, we sure get poisoned a lot. It's like having magic defense helps against that or something. And we kind of lack magic defense. So yeah, I need to buy a bunch more pures and a whole lot more heals. So let's go stock up on some potions. I think I'm gonna do a bit of a grind in Mirage Tower. I think I could run to floor 2, pick up the Thor hammer, then do a quick guard grind. It won't be great, but it would be something. Okay, this is a good time for me to try to eat something while I'm buying some potions. I should have picked a snack that was easier to eat with one hand. So, the difference of having magic defense with ribbons is, not everything is resisted by the ribbon. There are plenty of spells in the game that the ribbon does not stop. So we'll still be taking full damage from them. And there are also skills in the game that have increased magic accuracy. The ribbon doesn't make you immune to things. It just gives you like plus 200 magic defense. Something like that. So, you know, with a ribbon on, against something we resist, we'll have like 220 magic defense. And if the spells have a high plus hit percentage, then you could still be hit through your ribbon. Spells like Brack that are pretty accurate. And I don't know if it's the exact number of defense that the ribbon gives you. But it increases your resistance by a lot. But it doesn't make you immune. Hey, Cash Override? The run's going okay. We're almost strong enough to really start our level grind. We've, been struggling getting poisoned a lot. Thanks to not having magic defense. Every poisonous enemy hits us with poison, like, every time. There we go, we're full on heals. How long until I have to stock up on those again? So yeah, I think I'm gonna grind experience in a few different places. Having the mage staff would help out here. Can we punch down a Tyro? Probably not. I think we're going to die, but I want to try it. Maybe he'll punch Key? Okay, that's good. Just, you know, a few more rounds? It's not like Tyro has a bunch of HP or anything. Oh, there goes Joe. Probably wasn't the best idea to try to fight the Tyro. But we win! I don't think I'm going to survive. How much damage do they do to me? No. Let's not. And this right here is also a save tile. One random little tile. It's important to hit when you're doing lots of routes. Okay, move it, Mr. Toga Parties. I'm not sure what Dr. Un is doing at Melmond. I guess I'm not using that exit because it's a little blocked off. Alright, saved just in case we fight another zombie battle. Just don't even bother. Don't even bother. That was an extra 2 steps I didn't need to take. Can we, get away from these zombies, maybe? If I had to guess, I think he was just put there because they needed to put him somewhere. And they didn't have any real, well, rhyme or reason for it being that town. That would be my guess. Well, those, fur gators were rude. Can't run away. Alright, well, it was a little painful journey. But we survived. Probably not the best idea I've had. Can we punch down a sandworm? Unless he uses crack. You've got nothing. If Temper worked and it was a tier 5 spell, it might be okay. I don't know, I personally think Temper is too strong. I think if Temper was nerfed, maybe. Plus 14 damage is a lot. There we go. Temper is the steel spell, yes. I want to fight the vampires, but there's that. Can I do this with only one person? Probably not. Two's not worth it. So if Temper was fifth tier, I don't think the speedrun would change, like, at all. Because it would be too high of level, and in the warp slot. So it would only be used in, like, the Chaos Battle. And that would be it. And it would be, what, one cast? Oops. The idea of walking into this dungeon was just to grab the Thor hammer. So I can try and do a grind on... a short grind on the guards. I would like to get a few more levels before I try and punch down enemies. Because we aren't really strong enough to be punching enemies. I mean, I've done the vampire grind before. Time for a guard grind. I'm sure I'll go fight the eye at some point. But I'm not gonna go fight an eye yet. I definitely want to have 2 ribbons before I do the eye grind. And I would also like to be able to be level like 21 before I try that, because I don't want the eye to get multiple turns. Because I think if the eye gets too many turns, you could probably wipe me. So I would like to hit like 21-ish, or at least be in the high teens before really trying to take on the eye. Alright, I've got both of my Lit 2 abilities. Let's do... Let's do a short guard grind. Now, I expect Key to get paralyzed if he gets hit. Because I only have one ribbon right now. And, you know, the whole no magic defense thing. I'll get a few levels doing this. Then I could try... I mean, I could go do an Agama grind, but I don't know how well it's gonna work. I'll probably just have to go back in the Sea Shrine, grab the second ribbon, and go beat up Kraken. Along the way, I've got the defense sword. I could boost my defense up, then murder him with Lit 2. Key has not helped with this grind at all. But yeah, if we went to fight the eyes right now, we just wouldn't be doing enough damage to take them out. Hey, Key got to use the Thor hammer. There's a first for everything. Back to grinding levels. The black belt's specialty. I almost have these guys the same level as my dead guys. They just have a lot less magic defense. Okay, the guy in slot 2 is supposed to be targeted less. I know I should actually just do that in one menu. So yeah, I'll use up a bunch of these houses and cabins. Gain a few levels here. I'm not going to call this the grind start split. I mean, maybe I should have. We'll split now. It's not the start of the grind, but I think I'm gonna go fight Kraken next. I didn't write down an order for the fiends because I had no idea how I was going to do them. I wasn't sure if I was going to do Carry first, or Kraken, or even Tiamat first. But yeah, I'll just fight a few more groups of guards. Because the quickest fights will be the eye grind. I mean, this fight right here is worth a lot of XP. Okay. Joe hit 14. Has Key made it one attack without being paralyzed? I don't think he has. I'm pretty sure every time he's been hit, he's been instantly paralyzed by the guards. Okay, there we go. He made it through one attack. You know what? We're now the same level. No, let's grind up a bit more XP. At least get them both to 15? But 15's not even that much HP. See, their next strong level up is level 16, and then again at 17. If I hit 17, I can probably have enough HP to survive Kraken? And the paralysis here is why I normally don't do a guard grind. But I know these guys could not beat up the vampires. Even if I picked up the mage staff and a light axe. I don't want to keep grinding experience here. Let's head on over to Sea Shrine now. We're 15. We are slightly higher level than the dead party. Can we beat up the Tyro now? Do we have enough power? I think so. We have gained enough levels. The Wyvern, on the other hand, is a little too tough for us. I'm not even sure where I want to reset the encounters. If I want to reset the encounters. I don't think I'm going to. I didn't get poisoned here. And the Ocho hit me twice. I know, I have lightning resistance. Alright, let's see if I can manage to not die to Kraken. I will probably die, but let's give it a shot. The main goal of this is to grab the ribbon. Then I'll have 2 ribbons, and I'll try out the eye grind. Because once I do an eye grind, then I should be able to pretty easily murder the rest of the enemies. And beating Kraken at low level actually isn't that difficult. As long as you have the defense sword, it can be done. Now, if I'm fighting Gersharks, I can actually try and take some of them. But lobsters? No. Lobsters are scary. Man, black belts... Sorry, they're black masters now. Really are squishy. The level 15 black belts have about the same HP as... what, a level 8 or 9 warrior? Fighter? Let's take the sharks. Let's try to punch them. See how much the punch does. Yeah, it's not bad. Alright, this is the floor we needed to get to. We need to grab this ribbon. There we go. Double ribboned up. Now Kraken can't hit us with ink. So, I'm not paying attention to where I am in the encounter table. I could definitely run into some water elementals in the basement and die. So let's hope that doesn't happen. If I fight, like, a single water elemental, we can survive. But if I fight 3, they'll probably wipe the floor with me. At least I didn't fight any ghosts. Really, game? We're gonna start off like this? Okay. As long as they only hit Joe. Ouch. Not critically hit Joe. We're looking good. We're looking real good. Okay, so, I don't know if Kraken's gonna be on the table. Whatever, I'm gonna have to move it either way. Okay, so I can either try and run through the entire dungeon again, that's not very good damage. That's better. That is correct. Water elementals are unrunnable. Now, if you get into a group that is the Water Naga and Water Elementals, you can run from that enemy group. But not the Water Elementals by themselves. In this dungeon, there is a group of 1 to 3 water elementals. In Temple of Fiends Revisited, there's a group that's 4 to 7 water elementals. Air elemental is the only elemental that you can run from, yes. Why is that the case? I don't know. Okay, Joe. No pressure here. No pressure at all. Actually, let's do this. Can you do this, Joe? Kraken needs to use ink. Then I get my defense up. That didn't work out so well. Okay, so, I think we grab the ribbon and get on out of here. Oh, and by the way, that's with the best defense the black belt can possibly have. That's Kraken 1. Not even Kraken 2. We can punch down a shark. To be fair, the masters are not very high level yet. Oh, black belts are 100% carried. In my opinion, they don't bring any value to your team until they're in the mid-30s. And I'd much rather just have like a level 18 fighter, which takes less than a quarter of the XP as it takes to get someone to level 32. And I don't even believe that black belts are that good at 32. I feel like they have to hit like 35 until they start really doing some damage. Well, yeah, it takes the thieves longer to beat the game because the thief class itself is just terrible. The black belt isn't terrible, it just takes a lot of time to become powerful. The thief's problem is it doesn't have good stats and it can't use good gear. The black belt can't use good gear, but it gains good stats. And the whole double swings thing ends up becoming pretty broken when you're high enough level anyways. Alright, let's get out of here. We learned our lesson. That we are not ready. We are not ready for the noodle arms. Oh yeah, black belts, they can definitely one-shot chaos. With a fast. I think they need a fast to one-shot chaos. I don't believe they can do enough damage without a fast. I mean, it might be possible if they crit, like, almost every swing. But the odds of that happening have to be pretty low. He is level 16 again. Because he was level 16 before. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I do believe we are not picking up that ribbon. You know what? I think I can do this. I don't know if it's gonna work. So, Kane and Tinny are, they were the sacrifices. They were the early game people. I'm not paying attention to how many battles I've skipped. I think that's only 4. Let's skip one more. I think if I skip 5 battles, then I run in, I think I'll be able to avoid the ghosts. I think. There's no mermaid there. That's correct, Drift Shot. This challenge run is to be running around with the lowest magic defense possible. These two were level 1 until class change. I think I'm supposed to fight another battle on that floor. But I haven't done this setup since, I don't know, Solo White Mage? Alright, one of these days we'll get the ribbon and get out of here. Am I supposed to get into the fight right here by these stairs? I feel like I am. You can always run with a preemptive strike, yes. Punch, punch. Eventually, we'll get out of this dungeon with this XP. Eventually. Now, I don't remember exactly what this route planned for. I don't know if I planned this route to run back outside. I doubt it. So there's a good chance I could fight some unfavorable encounters again on the way out. I should probably actually try and remember exactly what every single battle is in Sea Shrine on each floor. It wouldn't be that difficult. Or I could at least write them down. This fight is fine. It's unrunnable, but we don't mind. It's easy enough that we can beat it. And it's much better than fighting the ghosts. And it's better than fighting the group of 3 water elementals. I think if I didn't fight 3 water elementals on the first dive through here, and I went to Chaos with 2 people alive, I think I would have had a chance at actually beating Chaos and then getting out of this dungeon. I never walk out of here, so I had to think for a second. And remember, that was not the correct way to go. Okay. We made it out. I don't have to worry about scary battles on this floor. Now I have 2 ribbons. I think I'll go for the eye grind. Do I go for an eye grind, or do I go for an Agama grind first? An Agama grind would be a little safer, but not as worthwhile. Alright, we successfully retrieved the ribbon. It took a little while, but we did it. I'll be back for you later, Kraken. I do want to do an eye grind. I feel like it would be better. Man. Taking a beating there. Do I do an eye grind? I can give it a shot. And if it's not looking very safe, then I can, yeah, if it's not looking safe, I can, just do an Agama grind instead. Let's buy a few more soft potions, 'cause I just have a feeling that I'm gonna need some. We'll have 7 soft potions for good luck. That's our lucky number, right? Should I just walk in now? Yeah, this is fine. From my experience with beating up Warmech at low levels, the odds are not in your favor. I'd say you probably loot. I think I'm going to avoid the eye grind. Something's telling me that my magic defense isn't high enough. Agama grind it is. Oh boy. I need more heal potions. Yeah, that was just, yeah, let's Agama grind, yep. That is with a ribbon. One fight. Both my guys got petrified instantly. So yeah, I'm gonna cap out my heal potions, then grind Agamas until we're low on heals, I guess. So, the ribbon does not make you immune to status. It just gives you resistance to things. Your magic defense also plays a role in you not being defeated by things. And we are Black Masters. Black Masters don't gain magic defense. The Black Belt class starts off with the lowest magic defense. Now normally Black Belts end up with an absurd amount of magic defense really quickly, because by default they gain 4 magic defense a level, when Black Masters only gain 1 magic defense a level. And since I left these guys at level 1 until I turned them into Black Masters, they haven't gained any magic defense. So they get to struggle with things like that. And that is something that I expected to happen during this run. So now, we get to do the Agama grind. Oh, Tipo, I believe Gyro was actually talking about during all of their practice attempts, they never actually managed to beat Warmech. Because I would put the odds of beating Warmech with a party like they had probably around 1 in 10. If I'm comparing it to the amount of times that I was prepared with the same party when I was doing my All Monsters run, I'd say my success rate at beating him was about 1 in 10. Warmech is no joke. I mean, all the times that I've fought Warmech on this channel, I think I've died every single time I've tried to fight Warmech. Alright, Agama grind it is. So, sadly, we don't really have enough power to take these guys out quickly. So it's gonna be a struggle. But we'll get by. Our defense is okay. We do have the opal bracelet. And as we level up, this grind will become easier and easier. Oh yes, I'm definitely going to go kill Carrie when I'm done. I don't need lunch. I've got a couple snacks around me that I can munch on. It's not much. I have these same sunflower-filled pretzel snacks that I leave next to my desk all the time that are easy to eat while doing something like this and not messy. I mean, I really don't want to do an Agama grind. The amount of XP I get is, just not the same. Now the question is, do I kill off one of these guys? I didn't make any rules saying that I couldn't kill off my characters. I wasn't sure what I would want to do. I should probably heal Joe. Ah, I forgot to check my armor. Don't hit Joe, please. Good, that's fine. This is the rare time when I want to see the Agama use heat, and not melee us. Eventually we'll be able to one-shot this guy. But sadly it's gonna take a little while. Yes, I have to check my armor all the time. Every single time we gain a level, I have to check my armor, or it resets to whatever their level is. And I'd much rather have 43 defense on Joe compared to only having, what, 17? Now you get to keep your elemental resistance if you don't check it, but you don't keep your absorption. It gets set to whatever level you are. So every level I gain, I have to go to the menu and check their armor. Black belts require a lot of maintenance. So like right now, Key just hit 18. He should have 33 absorption, but look, it says 18. If I check the armor, it's back to 33. So it's, something you just have to do. Now if we were doing an eye grind, I could get away with not checking the armor every level, because the eye doesn't melee you that much. Oh, I know, it is quite annoying. Having to check my armor after every single battle that we level. And that's actually why I was struggling so much when they were low level, is because I kept thinking that I checked their armor when they leveled. But I didn't, because they were gaining a level like every battle. So sometimes I'd forget to check it, and then all of a sudden they're just getting hit for their whole health bars. So if I get Key up to level 33 or higher, I could just not check his armor anymore. And it'll be fine. But the thing is, if I want Joe to have armor, to have the more defense, then I will need to check the armor screen. And if I check the armor screen, that'll ruin Key's defense. So I'll have to be picky about how I want to do that, depending on how high of level I get up to. Like if I stopped at level 32, then it wouldn't, I'd want to check their armor for sure. Yeah, just hack in another Opal bracelet. That's not how this works. So if I wanted to sit here until I got enough XP for one black belt to be like in their 30s, it's gonna take a long time. So I'm going to have to decide when I hit like level 20 if I want to have just one black belt or not. I think I'm going to level up only one black belt. It'll save me so much time compared to leveling 2 of them. Like, I'm gonna level them both up for now. But I think after I beat Carrie, I might knock it down to just one black belt. Then come back in here with a full stack of healing potions. Then just grind one black belt up to mid-30s? I don't know, maybe I'll hit like 42. Just to be safe. Well, I've already used up half of my healing potions. And we've gained 4 levels. So the Agama is in no way better than the eye grind. I tried to go to the eye, and I ran into a group of cockatrice on the way. And both of my characters got meleeed and petrified through their ribbons on the first floor of Ice Cave. Instantly. And I decided, maybe I don't have enough magic defense to survive fighting the eye. If I'm getting petrified through my ribbons from a cockatrice basic attacking me. That I decided it was probably going to be too risky to try an eye grind. So here we are, with a place without status effects. But yeah, Ice Cave just goes to show you how important having magic defense can be. Now, once we hit 21, we will do some work. We should be able to one-shot these guys a lot more often. I think I've one-shot them 1 time so far. I mean, we one-round them, like, always now. And we're getting to the point where we're now high enough level that we actually start gaining HP it takes the black belts quite a while to get some hit points online. And yeah, it takes a while to level up on these guys, especially cutting my XP in half. But that's alright, that's part of the challenge, why we're here. Yeah, I think I'll hit 21 on both of these guys. So in a speed run, I think I have around 29 eye fights that I can do. And I believe I only need like 19 to hit the level that I need to. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna go back and try the eye again. Honestly, the first trip through Ice Cave was bad enough. We're just gonna fight Agamas for XP. After I kill Carrie, I will kill one of these guys off. Then just do a solo Agama grind, which will be a lot faster. Then I'll revive the other one when the grind is over. Then we'll clean up the end game. And it's going to take me more than 7 hours. 7 hours was my goal, but... Or that was my guess, not necessarily my goal. There we go. Key's able to do some real damage now. I need to make Joe hit 21. Then I'll head towards the exit. Alright, Joe's 21. Yeah, there was definitely a few hiccups. Just a few. Okay, defense, fight. I was going to double defense, but if she's gonna cast spells, then I'll just punch her down. Yeah, it's fine. Key to damage, at least. There we go. Yeah, 23 damage with 6 hits. Aren't black belts powerful? Yeah, if the black belts don't critically hit, they don't do anything. But yeah, Key destroyed Carrie. Joe was just there. Alright, so I'll max out my heals. Then I'll run back to the volcano and get Joe killed off. Key will be the hero we need. And I'll level up Key to 42. I mean, I might not need to go all the way to 42, but I think it'll just be the fastest if I just go to 42. I mean, I guess I have no magic defense. Every bit of magic defense could probably help. I mean, did you see what happened when I ran into Ice Cave no heal? I was debating whether I should try an eye grind, and I was like, I'm gonna go for it. So I ran into Ice Cave, and the first fight in there was a group of cockatrice mummies. The cockatrice decided to melee and petrify both of my black belts through their ribbons. Like, instantly. One after the other. And I was like, well, maybe I don't do an eye grind. So I decided to do the Agma grind instead. If the cockatrices are petrifying me that easily, I'm not gonna try and go for I mean, with 2 people alive, I could probably do an eye grind. Because I'll have this safety net, but I'm just gonna do an Agama grind with 1 person. That's just the safe bet. How many houses do I have? I should buy a couple more. Okay. That'll do. Back to the volcano. Well, you see, that's what you'd think. And that's what I thought, too. But I got wrecked. Instantly double petrified. And I was just like, that's just a sign that the eye grind isn't going to work. So I left. I didn't unequip Joe. I should. And that's correct, cockatrices are not weak to anything. my thoughts on the cat claw. It's not a terrible weapon. It's rather unfortunate that the characters that can use the weapon can't make much use of it. If the thief could use a cat claw, that wouldn't be terrible. You know, that being his ultimate weapon, he'd be a little bit better. Not much better, but a little bit. The 35 accuracy on it is quite handy. Okay, did I unequip you? I did. I think it's gonna take too long to get him killed off by just... What happens if I, like, do this? And let him get punched a few times? Hey, B-Dude with the massive raid. Welcome in, B-Dude and Raiders. I am currently working on an interesting challenge run. I am playing Final Fantasy 1 for the NES. And I'm currently using the character class that has the lowest magic defense in the game. And I'm trying to make it through the end game with them. It has been a little challenging so far. We have died in lots of unexpected places, many times. And right now I'm trying to get Joe killed off before I start an infamous Agama grind. So the Agama, they're not the best enemy to farm experience on, but they are safe. And that is the goal. But yeah, hello everybody who has raided. I'm Shane Zell, and I mostly run Final Fantasy 1 for the NES. I do lots of regular speed runs and many challenge runs. A lot of my times for this game are on the right side of your screen for different various challenge runs I've done, and even just regular old categories like any percent and single segment. I play this game a decent amount of the time. So right now I'm using a character called the Black Master, who starts off the game as a black belt. Black belts are very weak at low level and become gods at high level. They take a long time to come online, but their class comes with a pretty cool perk that they gain absurdly high magic defense when they level. And I thought it'd be fun if I did a run where they didn't have that absurdly high magic defense. So I decided to play through the early game with just 2 black belts. And once I got to the airship and I had the tail and I was able to class change, I would class change my party and I would have 2 level 1 characters sitting around, ready for when we class change. Because when you turn into a Black Master, your magic defense growth goes from 4, which is the highest in the game, down to 1, which is the lowest in the game. So, my 2 characters that were black belts at the beginning of the game are the 4-lettered character names they actually have more magic defense at level 14 than my Black Masters will have at level 50. And it has already been a challenge going into some dungeons, because I've gotten beat up and hit with status effects a lot. Status effects are everywhere in this game, and they can be pretty deadly. I was planning on grinding experience on a much more lucrative enemy that gives like 3200 XP compared to 2400. But that enemy comes with the risk of having instant death moves, which I can't guarantee that I'll survive. I even tried to walk down towards him at the beginning of his dungeon and got taken out by some pathetic basic enemies. So I decided that trying to get XP on him was probably not the best call. Now, there's something else I could try and do. After getting enough levels here, I could attempt to do a blue dragon grind, which is something I've never done before. But it might not be a bad idea with the Black Master. The blue dragon gives the same XP as the eye, but does a lot more damage. So I might give it a shot. It's worth at least the idea of trying it. So I'm expecting to be here for probably another 45 minutes, gaining levels on this guy, because we have a lot of levels to go. Phantom grinds are, they're fast to make you lose your mind. That's about it. Since Phantom gives you a whole 1 XP in gold, you're not gonna level up very fast like that. So the Black Belt, the goal here, for the Black Master I should say, is to get him to level 42-ish. At level 32, he will have 8 attacks. And at 42, I'll have 10. With 10 attacks, I should be able to one-shot most enemies in the game, except for a lot of the more difficult battles. And in case anyone who's new here is wondering why every time I level up, I go and check out my armor, that's because there's a lovely bug in this game that if I don't have a weapon on, the game thinks I don't have armor on, and it sets my absorption to whatever my level is. Because black belts have a interesting little ability where if you don't have any armor on, your defense becomes whatever your level is, which most of the time is a hindrance for you, at least in the mid to late game, unless I get all the way up to level 50. Oh yes, I'm still going to exit through the bottom of the dungeon, even though I beat Carrie. So yeah, if I just look at my stats now, it says I have 25 absorption. Then if I check my armor and go back, it's 43. And I would like to keep my absorption up to 43, because that means every time the Agama hits me, I'm blocking 43 damage from each swing. So I take almost 100 less damage from him attacking me, by my armor being that good. And if it drops down to 25, then I'm only blunting about 50 of that damage. And that's every single time he attacks me. So if every time I get attacked I have to use an extra 2 healing potions to heal that up, that becomes pretty time consuming to heal and pretty costly for time. Because buying potions in this game is something you get to do one at a time. And so anyways, after all of these explanations, if you're still around, B-Dude, how was your run? I'm assuming you were playing FF6? Oh, well that sounds fun. I mean, I'm all used to dying in the game. I do that all the time in this one. I mean, sometimes you have to just roll the dice and hope you get lucky. But yeah, I can't say I know the most about Chrono Trigger speedruns. I've watched a decent amount of them, but I've definitely never even thought about trying one myself. So right now, I am not capped out in the amount of XP I need to level up, but we're getting there. Once I hit level 30, every level I gain after that is going to be the same amount of XP required per level. So right now it's just slowly going up. Once I hit level 30, it's going to take about 13 Agamas per level, which is going to take a while. If I was fighting the eyes, it would only be 10 eyes per level, compared to 13 Agamas. I think it's 13 and a half and like 9.5 eyes, but yeah. I would like to do an eye grind. It would be much quicker. But I honestly don't think I'll survive. And I do plan on eventually reviving Joe. He's going to help me get through the game, because I'm allowing myself to have 2 characters. Having 2 characters will make the end game much safer, because some of these final bosses, ooh boy, can they one-shot you. I mean, a little earlier in the run, we tried to beat up Kraken, and he one-shot me, because I was not quite high enough level to deal with him. I mean, if I was a knight, I would have been high enough level to deal with him. But as a black master with no armor, yeah, he just one-shot me. Even though I was like the same level as I would be in like a speed run, he did not care. I will get the white robe for Joe. I am not sure if I'll be using it. I mean, I'll probably use it for like Kraken. Yeah, I'll probably use it on Kraken, Carrie, Tiamat. You know, I'll use it on Chaos also. So yeah, I think all the final fiends I'll use the white shirt. Because it's just safest that way. I've never tried to do that party, so I wouldn't know how long it would take. I would have to first try an all-mage party, see how that goes, to have a nice estimate of how it would go without having deaths. I mean, one of these days I am going to do a permadeath run. And I think for that my party will be 2 fighters, 2 red mages. And just hopefully not have anybody die. So yeah, we're gonna be here a little while longer. Probably longer than I was first expecting. I forget sometimes how much XP it really takes to level up. Now, I'm not gonna level all the way up to 50. I don't feel like 50 is required, but I could be in for a surprise when I try and run through the final dungeon with no magic defense. I might struggle on enemies that I don't even think about right now. Well, my favorite class has always been Fighter. Fighter is strong. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough healing potions to even get up to 42. I might take a break from the Agama grind and try and punch down some bosses. If I have to leave here, I'm going to go punch down a bunch of fiends. Because I don't want to have to go buy 99 more healing potions. And come back and do this some more. But yeah, we definitely have no problem one-shotting this guy anymore. I mean, we haven't had a problem with that in a while. But if I go to fight a real enemy, I'm not going to be able to do damage to them. See, now if I fight an enemy like, let's say, you know, the boss of the game, Chaos. Chaos has 100 absorption, which means however much damage I do on a swing, he's going to block 100 of that. So unless I hit him for 102 points of damage in one hit, it's going to be knocked down to 1. And the only way the black belt can do that much damage without a critical hit is to get him up to level 26? At 26, it's possible to punch Chaos for 4 points of damage. Now, if you actually want to be able to kill him quickly, you'll probably want to gain a few extra levels than that. Because 4 damage is not going to kill Chaos very fast. You know, I never really played a whole lot of Summoner in FF11. I have messed around with a lot of different classes in that game at high level, but Summoner is not one of them. I'm kind of tempted to only hit 32. Just to see how badly we struggle. I kind of want to try it. Because leveling to 42, that's like an extra 130 Agamas I have to kill. That's a lot of time. Now what level did I level my black belts to when I did my 4 black belt run? I think I got 1 black belt to 32 to 35-ish? I know, he had magic defense, and this guy does not. So but how many fights am I really gonna have to worry about, having no magic defense? I mean, it's probably mostly random encounters? Mostly. There's probably some bosses that could really screw me over still. But we do resist most of their spells. I think I'm gonna hit 32 and then see what happens. That'll cut out like a half hour of grinding experience. I'll probably have to grind that XP a bit later if I struggle too much. Or when I struggle too much. Yeah, let's go for 32. There's 30. I mean, I probably don't have enough healing potions to make it to 42 anyways. I mean, I might. I still have like half of them left. I'm not taking too much damage. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna hit 32, then try the last 2 fiends, see how they go. If it feels like I'm going to struggle for that last dungeon, then maybe I'll do a little bit of extra grinding. I'm not that confident that 32 is gonna be enough. I mean, we saw what happened when I tried to fight Carrie at level 21. If we didn't crit, we did barely double-digit damage. Hey Zach, welcome back. Yeah, we're still going. I'm, grinding more experience on the black belt. Yet again. For the umpteenth time. Because if you're using a black belt, you're gaining experience. takes a little while. Joe is dead on purpose, yes. I will be reviving him. I killed him off because I didn't want this level grind to take me 2 hours. I figured 1 hour was long enough. I mean, this run's already gonna go longer than I was hoping it was going to. I did have a few hiccups earlier on. Nothing out of the ordinary, though. I got lucky on Lich. 31. One more level. So yeah, I was planning on going to 42, but I'm going to just stop at 32 and see what happens. If I struggle to beat down TM at 1, then I'll gain some more XP. Because it definitely takes too many Agamas to level us up. And if I was doing a solo black belt, I would have already beat the game by now. But that's a black belt. Black belts are a little bit better than the Black Master. Hey Kane, the run's... it's still going. It's been a lot of experience being gained. Because we need a stupidly high amount of XP to get somewhere on this black belt. To put it into perspective, in a normal speedrun of this game, we get one character up to level 17 in here, which requires 58,000 XP. Getting the black belt up to 32 takes almost 400,000 XP. So yes, that's like... what? More than 5 times the XP? Well, to be fair, B-Dude, there's not really a lot of better places to level. I mean, you can gain levels in the Temple of Fiends Revisited, if you have a mage that can cast Warp or Exit. Alright, let's call that level 32. I'm going to see if we can manage to beat the other fiends like this easily enough. There's no guarantees. But yeah, I don't think it was that anyone ever expected you to hit max level. And sadly, back to buying heal potions, one at a time. But yeah, like, once you hit level 30, it takes 32,800 XP to level up. To hit level 14, you don't even need 32,000 XP. So, luckily in a speedrun we don't get that high of a level. In a normal speedrun we hit level 17 in there, and by the time we beat the game we're level 19. I have never leveled a party of people up to level 50. Like, even till now, I have currently never leveled a full party of people in the NES version of the game to 50. I have leveled single characters up to 50 before. And full parties into the 30s? I think I hit level 30 before, on like a full party. Back when I was playing more casually. But yeah, never much higher than that. Hitting level 30 takes so long. We'll be done buying heal potions eventually. And you may think, do I really need to max out my heal potions? Technically no, but I'm going to use up all these heal potions. They will all be gone by the end of the game. Alright, I think... Let's go beat up Tiamat first. Or you know what? No. Let's beat up Kraken first. Just in case I struggle to do damage to Kraken, I can do a short, bloody grind. Let's just skip the next encounter, whatever it is. And beat up Kraken. He, thought he was hot stuff last time. Able to one-shot me. Now that we've bulked up a bit, let's see how he fares this time. He thought it was cool one-punching me. Wait until we one-punch him. Okay, we're not one-punching Kraken. I'm not high enough level for that. Now if I got up to... in the 40s, I could probably one-punch him. And you know, something that doesn't really go up too much on this Black Master is his absorption. He still does not take hits very well. And I'm only taking this battle because it's unrunnable. And there's no guarantee that the Thor hammer or the Zeus Gauntlet will one-shot all of them. So I double up on the Zeus Gauntlet, just to take them all out. And I can finish the battle with 2 Zeus Gauntlets if they actually do damage, which of course they didn't, but it is an option. It could happen. I mean, we could go back into the Marsh Cave and, make those wizards run away. Because they would be very scared of us at level 50. Speaking of being scared, that shark said nope. I remember these guys punching my face off earlier. So I expect to see some water elementals on this floor. And we can at least handle the water elementals now. We can actually beat them. Yeah, you're not the only person to think that, Zach. Multiple people have said that today alone. Alright, speaking of water elementals, let's see if Joe can take his out in 2 rounds. Now, Key does a bit more damage than Joe does. Oh boy, black belts are sponges. They have so much HP, yet so little defense. So, unrunnable battles were intended, and they were pretty much saved for boss battles. So in this game there is... how many different random encounters are there? There's like... let's say there's 64 random encounters in the game. There's more than that. I should have healed the full. But, you know, that's fine. That was rude, Kraken. Alright. We took out Kraken. We did damage to him, but oh boy did he do damage to us also. So yeah, some battles are meant to be unrunnable. Each different enemy group has 2 different sides to it. So, like, there's a Garland encounter. And on the opposite... let's not go for Garland. Let's go for... let's say the pirate battle for Bicky. That encounter shares the same encounter group as the Wiz Sahag R Sahag group. So that battle is unrunnable because the Bicky encounter is unrunnable. Because they share like a parent battle group. I don't know how to explain it very well, but they were supposed to be like that. Let's not go down, let's go this way. And you do have a 0% chance to run. Now, you can make the enemies flee from you. Let's try and punch down some sandworms. Okay, one sandworm. And let's head into Mirage Tower. I could take these and it wouldn't be that bad. So reject percent was a category that was made up a while back that isn't an official speedrunning category or anything, but it is a team made up of the rejects that did not make it into standard speedrunning. So in a standard speedrun party, you will use fighters, red mages, and or black mages. The reject percent is a group with the character classes that did not make it. So you will be using a thief, a black belt, and a white mage. And the last character is dealer's choice. I chose 2 white mages. And the whole idea was just to beat the game as fast as I could with that team. And it takes a tiny bit longer than a normal speedrun. So no... Ow, that thunder hurt. That was painful. So no swords, no fists is exactly what it sounds like. I wanted to just beat the game as quickly as I could without using swords or fist weapons. Because a majority of the weapons in the game are swords. And I decided to throw on the whole no fist weapons also. Oh, this... No wonder why he's been getting murdered. That would help. Poor guy. Okay, that cuts down the thunder damage a bit. I forgot I unequipped him for the Agama grind, because I was trying to get him killed off. So I'll kill a few blue Ds here. Blue D is painful. Let's get Key to hit at least 33. The amount of healing potions this cost me is a bit much. But yeah, the whole no swords, no fists thing was just, I wanted to beat the game pretty much without using the best weapons in the game. So I had to think of different ways to play through it. I ended up using like cat claws and a bunch of different axe weapons that are usually not used. And why'd I choose 2 Black Masters? Because I felt like I didn't want to do a solo run with just the Black Master. Because you can't have a true solo run with the Black Master. Since you kind of have to start the game off as a black belt. So I felt like a solo run wouldn't be doing the name justice. And it's impossible to have a 4-character run because they kind of have to gain XP to make it anywhere. So 2 just felt correct. Because I could go from 2 black belts, then downgrade the 2 Black Masters. A solo black belt run isn't too bad. Let's go grab the white shirt. Good job, Joe. You, didn't do anything. I could put the white shirt on now. I think I want to skip a few battles. I don't remember what 1 is. I'm not planning on fighting Warmech. I don't think I could beat Warmech at this level. I'm pretty sure he would beat me down. We could use more XP. That was a perfect Wiz Vampire fight. No damage taken. An extra level on Key. Let's swap these. And swap... yeah. Okay, what battle am I on? I think I want to fight everything up here. So yeah, I would like to run away from more mech. I believe this is encounter number 1. Let's punch down some nachos. Then encounter 2 should be the next one. Then we should have encounter 4. I believe. And this should be encounter number 5. Okay, the next fight is War Mech. And we sadly are going to be skipping out on that for now. Since I didn't have a prepared route, I have to do this little backup strategy where I delay a lot of encounters. Because this floor has the highest encounter rate in the entire game. And if you don't have your step route set up perfectly beforehand, odds are you're gonna run into War Mech. I mean, you see how many steps I take until I get these encounters? It is a long walk to get across that bridge. Alright, and this encounter would also be a War Mech. So we get to avoid it. I'm almost out of healing potions already. I was only in 2 dungeons. These sponges. This should be a nacho, not nacho, our Hydra. Then an air elemental, followed by 2 more nachos. Okay, I don't have to fight the nachos. Let's try to play it a little safe-ish. And I'm going to use defense. Let's just put up a bit of evasion. Ow. That still really hurt. Then you try and punch, and you try and bane. See how much damage Ki does. Okay, that's enough damage. How close am I to leveling? That's still a ways to go. It's all based on the critical hits. If you can land a good crit, it's gonna hurt. And the black belt does punch enough times to have a good chance of critting. So I'm gonna try this. There's no guarantee I'm going to actually survive the final dungeon. I'm only level 33. Just because I didn't feel like grinding XP for another 35-40 minutes. I sadly need to cap out my healing potions again. And I used what, like 80 healing potions going through those last 2 dungeons? Now part of that was because of the blue D grind. It was a little painful. I mean, I should be able to beat Chaos. But if I die to Chaos, then it would have probably been about just as fast to level up than to die to him. I hopefully beat Chaos in one try, because I kinda need to pee. I've been here for a few hours. Now, I could try and get... Do I get Joe petrified? To try to save on healing potions. Because I could get him petrified before I even go into the dungeon. We know how easy it is for a cockatrice to petrify me. I think I'll do that. Until I get past Lich, I'll keep Joe a statue. And after Lich, I will use 2 black belts for the rest of it. Just because these guys are just damage sponges. And I don't want to run out of healing potions. And I'm pretty sure I will. I only have 1 house. Hey, no problem, that's what I'm here for. Attempting to provide some entertainment for some oddball runs. Okay, let's... Not that this ribbon's gonna do anything, but unequip the ribbon. Let's hope that I don't get petrified on key. Yeah. Alright, that's one encounter skipped. I didn't swap my party order. They're probably just gonna run away. Well, Key got petrified anyways. That's 2. Let's not even bother taking off the ribbon. Alright, this is the last one. This will be number 3. Let's get just Joe petrified. You can do it, Cockatrice. Not Key. Okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. You know what? Let's punch out the Cockatrice instead. Until there's only one. I could Zeus Gauntlet them, but that could also kill all the guys that I want to keep alive. Alright, so he's not full health. He took some damage. He took a lot of damage. Alright, that was... but it's fine. At least I got him petrified. 2 battles? I think. You know what? Let's just play it safe, because I'm not sure how many battles I skipped in there. I'm pretty sure that was the only one. But I'm just gonna take everything inside. I've done this enough times that I should know when it's safe to run through the dungeon. You know, I'm kind of scared of the Gurmedusa battle. Like, really scared of that battle. Alright, one more skip. Let's take the scenic route. Waste a few more steps. Make sure that my armor is all on. Yep, Opal Pro Ring. That's what I've got. Alright, so I want to take as little damage as possible. Fights like that are perfect. The black belt looks so buff running around on the world map. Bad men can hurt. Alright, are we ready for our phantom grind? I'll be sure to kill him a whole one time. Goodbye, phantom. Yeah, I'm not actually gonna do a phantom grind. That would be pretty dumb. That would take so long to level up. Oh yes, he could one-shot himself. So, you know, these are squishy enemies that black belts like to fight. Oh, it's so much damage. Okay. The next fight is the scary fight. Let's not get stun locked here. Or petrified through the ribbon. Can I get a preemptive? This is when I need it. That's not a preemptive, that's a lot of enemies. That didn't take very long. That's the battle that I'm worried about. So yeah, magic defense does help. Oops, don't go up there, what am I doing? I still have to skip 4 more battles. And hey Tracy, welcome in. I'm not too worried about Carrie. See, the thing about Carrie is she has to cast 2 spells. And she might not live that long to cast 2 spells. Now the Gurmadusas, on the other hand, there's a chance that 7 plus of them can go before I get to go. No, Carrie's gonna take 2 turns, but I don't expect that she'll get 2 spells off. She's more likely to melee me at least once. So I don't think she'll get to that spell. But yeah, this is gonna be a struggle though, getting past enemies with instant death abilities. Well, that's a painful start. And this is why I didn't want to have two characters up. It's a lot of damage. Get in here, dog. Dog was just standing outside, staring at the door that she knows how to open. Okay. This is a bit much. I'm not gonna heal before Phantom. If he melee crits me, good. I should die. And no, I do not fight the Germedusas twice. I only see them one time. It's only 11 healing potions down before we even get to a fiend. Ouch. That's 2 more healing potions down. Double worms again. Ouch. Worms have a higher than normal crit chance. They have a 5% chance to crit. Compared to normal enemies only having a 1%. They do give good experience, but boy do they hurt. Yeah, sea snakes are... They don't really make sense. Cobras have a high crit rate. You would think that all of the enemies that shared the same monster type would have identical crit rates, but no. Or at least close to it? Okay, 5, it's a little better. Come on, Key, get out of here. Not paralyzed. Okay, we made it. Whew. I was getting worried there. I thought we were gonna be getting taken out again. I shouldn't have wasted that extra healing potion. Okay, Lich, you wanna throw down, buddy? You found the wrong guy to try to punch. I don't know what Lich was thinking there. He wanted to hang, but that was not the right move. Alright, I'll revive Joe after the fire elemental battle. Yeah, it's actually pretty common to get a nukeless Lich if you're a black belt. It's fine. Wasting those steps is fine. It's not a big deal. I need to delay steps anyways, so... It does not hurt me at all. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's just keep them here. Okay. Decoy on top. Punch Mage on bottom. Alright, and there goes Carrie. I should have healed before I did that. Trying to think, how much XP do I have to level 34? I think I can take one fight and level up. Yeah, 5,000 XP away? I know a fight I'm gonna take. Okay, this is probably the scariest fight in the dungeon. How do I want to do this? If I just go all out offense... Let's just risk it. All out offense. Joe, try not to die. Key, just do damage. What did I say, Joe? Alright, I better outspeed Kraken. Alright. Joe, your sacrifice will be remembered. I'm probably not gonna use that. I need to avoid the sorcerer battle downstairs. I want to hit 34. Alright. Key with the perfect 666 HP. Yeah, we're not gonna run out of healing potions. Since I didn't need to heal him after the Kraken fight. Alright, my best bet is to just punch. Hope she doesn't punch me. Just sticks to the skills that I can resist, and I punch her. Tiamat's playing nice. So the problem with only having one black belt now, and no magic defense, means that I have to kill Kraken. Or Kraken Chaos. Before he uses Slow 2. If he uses Slow 2, then that's RIP. So I need him to use skills. And of course I need them to not do much damage. Let's do this. because I cannot survive the slow 2. Okay. Hey, Pateriku, welcome in. Ice 3, that's a bad start. 200 damage. Okay. Lit 3, that's, pretty awful. If he uses this next spell, I pretty much lose. Alright. Let's see if the Bane Sword can get the job done. That's the only hope we have left. He has only used spells still. There we go. No, that's not true. He used crack. We, sure didn't resist Nuke. I wonder why. Oh, Bane is a 3 and 256. I am using it because he hit me with slow 2, which means I only have 1 punch around. There is no way I will kill Chaos by swinging 1 time around. And there's no way I'm resisting slow 2 as a Black Master. I have 0 magic defense. I can't resist spells like that. But, you know, try it again, and maybe Kraken 2 will not kill my decoy. Hey Ari, welcome in. You're just in time to have possibly seen me die to Chaos, who's the boss of this game. And if not, well, I'm gonna be trying it again. It's difficult to make it through the game with this little magic defense. And hey B Grant 3, welcome in and thanks for the bits. I appreciate it. Ideally, I can beat Chaos this next attempt, but there's no guarantee. If the enemies want to play nice, I could make it by. And if they don't, I'm gonna die again. We've died quite a bit in this run. It's been a good challenge. And there's a reason why people don't evolve their black belts into Black Masters. That having no magic defense can be quite painful. Ow. I almost want to reset that, but I'm not going to. We're going to go up to Phantom without healing, which is my standard practice. And as long as we make it through the Phantom battle alive, then I guess it's a win, and we'll continue onward. So this is now our 3rd attempt through the final dungeon. We're we've looked a little bit healthier before. Well, let's see. I am level 33. Which means I have, what, 42 magic defense? It's a bit lower than it should be. We'll say that. If I was using the black belt, on the other hand, then we could resist slow 2 all day, every day. So yeah, to anybody new here, the black belt is the glass cannon in this game. He doesn't have much defense. He has the lowest defense out of any class in the game. But late game can definitely dish out the damage. He can if you get him to level 50, he can one-punch every enemy in the game. Besides Chaos. Unless you cast Fast on him, then he can one-punch Chaos also. Alright, the next battle is a very scary one. Yes, it's technically 20 punches, but one actual attack round. Alright, do we get past the Medusas? Or do they take us out again? Perfect. First strike, thank you. Alright. Do you want to throw down again, Lich, or are you actually going to nuke me this time? Yeah, he nuked me for almost max damage. That's cool. There goes, what, 13 healing potions? That was painful. Yeah, nuke is, not fun. Now, if I really wanted to play it risky against Carrie, I could try to fight her with just the black belt. To try to reduce the damage I take. Let's try that. Let's use only the black... just this guy this time. 1 Black Master instead of 2. Last time Joe ate a lot of damage. These fire elementals are sure beating me up. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk using Joe. I'm just gonna hope that she uses spells. That wasn't a spell. Okay. So the question is, for Kraken, do I just use a single black belt also? And just try and defense sort it up? I think so. I think I have to. I don't have enough healing potions. I have to just use the defense on Key. I 3-shot Kraken last time. And I'm likely to do it again. But the thing is, I don't have the healing potions. I just can't heal. I've taken far too much damage. I mean, I'm almost out of healing potions already. Yeah, I just have to... I'm gonna have to do this on Key. I don't want to do this. Okay, Ink, good start. Perfect. There we go. I know I should use 3 defenses, but I think we'll be fine. Good. Okay. It's looking like this was the correct call. I needed to save those heal potions. I'm not 34 still? I don't want to take this. But I think I have to. I need a little bit of extra damage. Ow. Yes, this encounter is worth a lot of XP. I don't have the heal staff on you. Oh, I did 2-shot Kraken? But still. I feel like I made the correct play this time and I didn't take, like, any damage. So it worked out. I think I'm saving Joe. I'm saving Joe for Kraken. And I'm just gonna hope she doesn't melee me. Thunder is perfect. That's a good hit. No, don't do that, Tiamat. I don't have the potions for that. Okay. Let's... So you have white, you have defense. Now, this is not a fight I want to do this on, but it's the fight I'm going to do this on. This is gonna be a long battle, so prepare yourselves. So Invis 2 increases your evasion by 40. And the defense sword increases your evasion by 80. So with 5 casts of the white shirt, you pretty much become immune to melee attacks. So yeah, we're gonna be here a little while, because I ran out of healing potions. That's not true, I have 8 left. What I'm going to do is sit here till Joe is full HP. Once Joe's full HP, I should be good to just finish the guy off. The heal helm is pretty far out of the way. And the thing about getting armor is we don't have room in our inventory to put heal helmets. I mean, technically, yes, there's a Zeus gauntlet there. So for Black Masters, it's possible I could have picked it up, but I wasn't expecting to even use it. Because, let's see, I have 8. Let's do a few more heals just to be safe. But yeah, I didn't even use it last time. I'm only using the heal staff now because I ran out of heals. Alright, then my 8 heals should heal me up enough. I forgot that we both got hit by slow. Even though we have a ribbon on. Okay. I was 3 HP short. Okay, you have the white shirt. And the heal staff. Alright, let's see if Chaos Attempt number 2 goes a little better. Alright, white shirt and punch. Ice 3 is fine. It's not great. Okay, that's not bad damage. Bye, Joe. Well, that's not good. Well... really chaos. I only have the one tent. I don't think I'll be able to make this. Oh, it's wizards, right. I didn't reset the encounters. Well, I think I'm going to just level up a bit more. I could have beat him at this level. I definitely could have. No, I'm not gonna do the eye grind. I want to. Well, maybe I can. Let's try to skip these cockatrice battles because they're our greatest enemy. I mean, we aren't immune, just mostly resistant to. Because they can still paralyze you with their basics. Like, I can still get paralyzed here. It's a low chance. But there's always a 3 in 256 chance of you getting screwed over. Now the cockatrice, on the other hand, he's gonna petrify me every time. Which is why I had to stay away from him. Just... I don't trust the Zeus Gauntlet doing enough damage. I don't want to heal. That was encounter... What encounter was that? I think... Am I supposed to fight this on this floor? I did. I skipped 3. Fought those, and I fought that. 5 is next. Right? I don't remember. I haven't done this setup in a while. So these enemies right here, specters, they They definitely can paralyze. I don't want to heal, that's what I said. I want to not use up all of my healing potions. I might need to use them, though. Okay, the next two fights should be our bones. Well, with better luck, this run could have been done a long time ago. But you don't always get lucky. A black belt is so squishy. I've lost, what, over 400 hit points already? Well, let's not get bracked. I shouldn't have to worry about it now, I'm high enough level. Can I get glanced through? I can. Let's just hope it doesn't happen. So yeah, this is a little faster than the Agama grind. And I can easily get into RNG loops here. I think I need to hit like level 80. Level 80 would be nice. I mean, technically I'm high enough level. I could have beaten the game if the game was just nice. The max level in the game is 50. But a level 80 black belt would be pretty strong. I made it to Chaos twice. And I just have not gotten lucky. I mean, it's not even that Slow 2 ruined it, it's just that he didn't play nice. He punched down my decoy too early, then I get hit with a Slow 2, and I also got paralyzed from his basic attack, because I didn't have enough white shirts being used from the decoy. There was just a lot of things that made it not work so well. So now I'm leveling up just to have more hit points and to be able to one-shot the fiends a bit faster. Now, I do think I need to heal. I don't want to go buy more potions, but I'm going to heal up a bit anyways. Alright, that's 10 healing potions I'll have to buy back. Hopefully that's enough health to get me out of the dungeon. Oh, if only this black belt knew chakra. That would make things easier. Now the question is, do I cheese my armor? The black belt would do more damage by far. Who would do more damage at level 1? A black belt or a red wizard? That's the only thing that would be different. Would be the red wizard then. Because the red wizard has more strength at level 1. But the black belt gains more hit percentage, so he gets more swings. So the only time the red mage would be better would be at level 1. Okay, like level 1 to 3? Level 1 to 3, the red mage would be better. Then after that, it starts leaning in favor of the black belt. As soon as he gets an extra swing, so I'm not sure what level the black belt gets an extra swing. It's pretty early on. I could look. I've got nothing better to do right now. Let's see here. Masamune. Okay, so at level 4, the black belt gets an extra swing. The red mage gets it at 5. So at level 4, the black belt would be better. Then the red mage would probably be better again at level 5 till like... level 5 to 14, the red mage might be better. Then from 15 onwards, I think the black belt just wins. I mean, I wouldn't say the black belt wins the game at level 13. He struggles to beat up Astos by himself. At level 13, he's finally a party member. I personally didn't mind doing an all-white wizard run. I thought it was pretty fun. I think the white wizard is an interesting class. So your XP requirements increase up to level 30. Level 30 through 50 are all the same amount of XP. Plus or minus 1 XP. For some reason, you get 32,800 one level, then 32,799 for the next level. My least favorite run that I've done so far is probably the solo Black Wizard. That's not true. I didn't like the all chest run I did. But I think the solo Black Wizard was the run I was looking forward to the least. Now eventually I'll do solo of all the non-class changed, and 4 of a kind for all the non-class changed. Solo Thief will be a pain. I will eventually get there. Now I didn't mind Solo Ninja. Okay, here's the question. Do I stop at level 42? Or do I just go all the way up to 50 and really try to one-punch down Chaos? Going up to 50 will take, like, what, an extra 40 minutes? It can be fun, yes. But I've already been sitting here for over 8 hours. I would eventually like to use the restroom and eat something today. It's already 4 hours past my lunchtime. And I've had to pee for like over an hour now. But I'm waiting until I win. If I explode, I explode. The eye grind feels so much nicer than the Agama grind. I take so much less damage and get so much more XP. Now I have to be careful that I don't die on the way out. Hi dog, you want to go outside again? Well, to be fair, it's not my dog. It's my roommate's dog. And I actually do have a webcam, but I have never set it up. And it's some piece of garbage anyways. I have not watched them. So, I was thinking about doing an extra stream tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I want to now. This has been quite a lengthy one. Hey Ben Inevitable, thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Level 40, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, I can't say I've watched much for Mario All-Stars. The only Mario runner I can think of that I watch sometimes is Mitch Flower Power. But I don't really watch a lot of Mario at all. Alright, that's 2 battles in the off tile. Gotta love that paralysis. And this is what I was saying earlier, that I am not immune, just resistant. I think I'm gonna hit 42, then bounce. I don't want to sit here for another 8 levels. This has already gone on for too long. Lots and lots of death. Okay. Here's the question. Do I put the opal bracelet on the Joe now? Like, I could do this. I could do that. Then just never look at that again. In case it's ever needed. He's not gonna use defense. He might use he's not gonna use defense. Yeah, I'm not gonna use defense with him. Let's do that. Okay, so... my black belt currently has 1 absorption. So if the eye decides to melee me, it's gonna hurt. Not that the eye's melee attacks do that much damage anyways. As long as I don't get into a fight on the off tile. Because that will get me killed. I mean, because if I look at our stats right now, it'll be 1 absorb and 43. Do I level him up to 43? Just so that he has the same absorption? Let's do 43. Where am I at in the encounter table? Right there. Encounter number 2 downstairs is a mage. And I don't want to see that. There's 42. And see now, if I look at my stats, 42 absorption. We're gonna go for 1 more level. Just so that I have 43 absorption on both of my characters. See, this is the optimal play. If you want to have magic defense, but also have more absorption on your character. You can level up your black belt with only a ribbon equipped. And if you only have a ribbon equipped, then you only have the evasion penalty of just that 1 ribbon. And as long as I never open up my armor, then it will be fine. So I doubt they ripped off The Simpsons for the eye sprite. The eye sprite was more of a last second, oh crap, we need to not use the beholder sprite. So they still wanted some kind of eyeball. And they probably just had to alter it some. I have enough HP, yeah. 43 absorb, 43 absorb. Okay, let's run from this battle. fight down here will be Frost Giant next, right? Yeah. Encounter 1 downstairs is Arbone? Encounter 1 upstairs is Wizards. I don't really want to fight Wizards, do I? No, but they should be running away at this point. Okay. And the next battle will also be Wizards, if I end up fighting it. Okay. Alright, Chaos. We pumped a bunch of steroids into our eye, and we're ready to go. Ready for round 3, Chaos. Just give me a second. Eight, 9, and 10 should be the last one. Just in case, I'll click on it again. Okay. Do I have enough tents? I do. Alright. Time to skip some battles. 2. 3. 4. Then skip inside. One. Two. 3 is a short one. Then the last skip. Alright, this time everything should get punched down real easily. We have the same absorption we did before. We have slightly more magic defense. And more importantly, we do a lot more damage. We also have 200 more hit points. Alright, now that I've wasted an hour, I should have just leveled up to 42 to begin with. To be fair, it wasn't necessarily my level's fault that I died. I was getting unlucky in other ways. And the dog is trying to come inside at the same point. The last time I was in this temple, the dog was trying to come inside. At the same exact place. Alright, Phantom. Ready to get punched out? A bit more damage now. Okay, so now we can go all-out offense on each of the bosses. I'm strong enough now, I should be able to one-shot most of them. Ow, don't crit me. Look at that damage. So, the Medusa fight is still going to be very scary. I could still get paralyzed or stun-locked by the Medusa and die. I've actually never leveled up a black belt all the way to 50. Alright, 5 Medusas. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and all 5 attack before me. Luckily, we got out of there. No glance through the ribbon. No paralysis from the melee attacks. Lich. Poor choice, buddy. That's twice you made that choice. Should have stuck to your spells instead of your guns. I mean, he could have paralyzed me with his basic attack, so I guess he had that going for him. That technically was his best chance to beat me, is by meleeing me and paralyzing me. Then nuking me twice? I guess that would have been his best chance for victory. Okay, so does anybody think I can one-punch carry? I think I can, but will I? Let's see. I'm thinking yes. I'm going for yes. She punches me. I punch her. Now, Kraken, on the other hand, is going to be a bit more difficult to one-shot. I can. I'm pretty sure I'm strong enough. But will I roll enough crits to actually do it? We shall see. So at my level, I technically don't have to force the next encounter here. I could just try and run from it, because sorcerers are likely to run from me, but that's not a risk I'm willing to take. Alright. Let's see who one-punches who, Kraken. Looks like I win. I could take this. This will get me up to 44. Technically, if I wanted to be safe, I would kill the big eyes first, because they can paralyze me. But I wanted to heal up less, so I went for killing the sharks first. And now I have 44 absorption. Slightly more than I would have with the better armor on. Alright, Tiamat will take 2 punches, I believe. Yep. Nice try, Tiamat. Bane could have got me. Oops, can't put a stone person on the top. Alright. This time, Chaos. Third time's a charm, right? Let's go for white shirt and punch. Okay, that's the best thing he could have possibly done. It is unlikely he'll be able to slow to me before I kill him now. Alright, next punch should kill him from K, not from Joe. Joe tried. Goodbye, Chaos. You will not be missed. That was a lot longer than I had planned. Oh man, it's 4 o'clock. I like to eat by 11. That was a lengthy one. Well, we did it.